Oh, hang on. I'm in the wrong spot. Hold on. Okay. Okay. So, today, for now, what we're going to do is, I'm hoping we can finish off a couple of pieces that we've been kind of dragging on a little bit. I want to try and finish these because they're like sitting like right on the end of like being done. And then once they're done, I can get them out of my hair. So what we're going to be working on is we're going to be finishing Levi's PNG. Yep. And then I want to go through and I want to finish off the lizard man, finish him off, get him done, and then we'll be fine. After that, there's a couple of things we can mess around with, depending on how quick those are. They shouldn't take super long. I can show you guys here real fast. Let me go over to the art screen. Bam. I want to be a little smaller. Okay, so for Levi's, we have to finish, I have to fix the lines, and then we have to do a little bit more rendering so it matches this one. And then for the Hot Lizard Man, I wanted to change around some of the coloration and then do a little bit of light rendering. I don't want to do a ton. This started as a haha hee hee sketch, and I don't want to go too hard on it. So we'll finish this off and then I don't know. And then we'll just see what we have next. But yeah, that is the plan for today. Yeah, and that's it. So let's do Levi's here real quick. This one shouldn't take super long. The best news about this is that I already have one half of it completely done, and this one is like pretty damn close to being there, to being done, to being finished. I love it when I finish a project. That is always the best. But yeah, it's Friday, so it's gonna be even more chill than normal. Hello, hi. Welcome, Victus, welcome. I don't remember what layer this is. It didn't want you to share this, so you refreshed. Oh shit, 15 stream streak? Nice. Damn, 15? Oh my god, hang on, so this is normal. I cannot remember the colors that I had used on this, because it's been like a couple of days since I last touched it. Okay. There we go. Are you on the mobile? Because I looked at the mobile today. Hang on, I'm putting my arc glove on. I looked at the mobile today, and the mobile app is absolutely ass cheeks. You're always watching. Dun dun dun. That sounds ominous. Don't say it like that. That seems ominous. This is too thick. Yeah, on mobile like 95% of the time. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I did not realize how absolutely ass cheeks the mobile version was until I was trying to pull clips today because I was out and about, and I was like, wow, this format is really bad. And like when you try and pull a clip, it's really, really bad. Like it doesn't let you cut it down or anything like you can do on a computer. Exactly. Can't exactly watch you on the work computer. Oh, that's true. That is very true since you are at work right now. But yeah, so if you guys actually, if you want a clip of a specific moment, if you do exclamation clip, I actually have it set up so it will put a mark into a Word document for me so that I can pull the clip for you guys after the stream. So if you're on mobile, you can do exclamation clip. Did you see how it looks when you try it in landscape? Yeah, it's super butt cheeks in landscape mode. I was like, no. Oh my god, it's so bad. Like, it's not a good format. It's just not a good format at all. It's real bad. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Hang on, okay, so I don't have it on any of these sections. It's literally just on this space section. Okay, no biggie. Yeah, you can't really read what's going on in the game in portrait. Yeah. what's really funny is I try and keep my overlays and everything to a super minimum. And even then, it's still real bad. I'm so sorry. Oh well, I'm hoping that maybe they'll change it, make it better. I don't know. I can't. Whoever designs it does not actually pay attention to how things are probably set up. Can you imagine how bad it is for ultra wide streams? Well, that's why even if you have an ultra wide screen, you don't stream in ultra wide. You stream for what audience you're intending for, which is mostly going to be people on PC or people on mobile devices. And keeping with just the basic format is probably going to work out best. You can't see shit on mobile if you stream in ultra wide. Yeah, that's why you don't stream in ultra wide. You just don't. I try and keep my overlays like semi-clean. Like, I can't guarantee it. If the game is cluttered, then yeah, my stream is gonna be like real cluttered. Okay. Nice. I am gonna cheat just a little bit. Nobody pay attention to how I'm gonna cheat, okay? I am going to steal some of my rendering, specifically for like the eye whites and like the eyes for this version from the other version. Da-da-dum. You need an overlay that works for your current monitor to scale it down to 1080. Well, you know, in OBS, you can like change your overlays inside of OBS. So you can like cut down sections that you're like not using. There we go. I still can't believe how nice these eyes turned out. I am obsessed with how Levi's eyes have come out. I'm just saying. Now, what you might need to do is might need to set it up so that your games themselves are not set up so that they're not ultra wide. Fair. You'll mess around with it when you get home. Yeah, you're gonna have to. Oh no, the other one. There we go. Shit the bed, call me George, I fucked up. Okay, and then I gotta do this, so delete outside, okay. It's close. Okay, now here's what we're gonna do. I gotta make sure, yeah, even when it's really small, it's still like, it's still readable. Okay. Now here's the really super fun part. Mimicking everything from this one into the other one. The easiest way to do that is to do this. Make sure that I have the layers that I'm keeping for sure on. Alright. This one, I'm not using it, so I'm just going to delete it. These layers, though, I need. So I'm going to remove all the layers. We're going to go down to our base. And these are the stripes. We're keeping the stripes. And then I need to copy this layer. Actually, technically I need to copy all of them. Control C. And then Control V. The problem is you'd have to cut out the chat for the window for the game to fit without looking weird in your current overlay. Yeah, that's possible too. So, you know, here, I can quickly tell you how to do that real fast. So what you're gonna do is, in order to do that, you have to open up any kind of basic window or screen like this. You're going to, the easiest way to do it is to actually import a picture of the game or a screenshot of like the HUD, the layout. I think I've got one in here. I can literally show you how to do it. What's the one I've got? Let's do this Monster Hunter one. Okay, so you take a screenshot of the game, a lovely little overlay thing. And then you're gonna do a layer over top of it, and the areas that you want it to capture, you are going to take white and you're gonna color over. Da 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 da. Or whatever, however you want to do it, you know, however you want to capture it, you can make it look as nice as possible. You can have it come over, capture all this shit, whatever you want to do. Say for example, you want to just capture this area down here. And then what you're going to do is you're going to export everything is hidden, except you're going to only export the white section. So when you export this, make sure it's the correct like size that you need for the window format. And then when you export it, what you're going to do is you're going to open up OBS, and inside OBS, you'll take that PNG layer, you'll go to your window, you will go to the filters on your OBS. In the filters, you're going to do a, hang on, let me double check what it's called. Da-da-da-da-da-da. I think it's a user-defined shader. I can send you a thing on it that'll be a bit easier than my explanation. But basically, you clip this PNG that you've made that goes over the HUD that you want to keep to the window for your game capture. And what'll happen is it will pop out a section that is only on the white part. Now you have to make sure that you make it a clone of the original video capture so that you're not limiting only down to this. But what you'll do then is you'll move this section around, because this little section will be the only section that will show up for this particular overlay that you've changed. So you can reformat it so you'll be able to have, like, you can be like, oh, I want to move the HUD section over here in my format, because say your window is like actually really large. Here, I can change the canvas screen around here a little bit. So say for example that our HUD, we're going to pretend this is our actual HUD, that it's really long. So if your HUD is actually really super long, what you can do is you can grab that little overlay that you've changed, move it over to an area where people can see, and then cut down inside of OBS so that you're only seeing a smaller section rather than what you actually have all the way over. Now, it will be harder in some games than it will be in others. But yeah, you can do that to literally any format, anything. It looks really nice when you get it done too. I don't think I've got any that I can easily show you on screen. Ba-da-bum-bum. Let me think. Oh my god, it's Lux. Okay, I'm trying to think because I love the song. I'm trying not to sing along to it. But yeah, you can do that to like anything. And it works really nice. I have it. Oh shit, I can show you a semi-example. So I have it set up so when somebody raids into me, here I'll do studio mode. When somebody raids into me, and it does the little shout out, and it does their dynamic. Your brain stopped working halfway there. You're not in a learning environment. It's cool. It's cool. So basically, do you see how I have the raid image? So when somebody raids into me, it pops up their profile and then the raid message, right? So when somebody raids into me, this little picture I have of the raid message is a layer that's clipped to this. So I can switch it here real fast. So clip it, go to my filters. It's image mask. So what I'll do is I'll clip it. I will switch it to another. Oh, I have something I can switch it to. I'm going to switch it to the next thing. So I'll switch it to this, and then I'll tell it, okay. And I definitely want it to go to the white section. Is it not clipping it? It's not clipping it properly. Oh, I have the colors. Oh shit, this is the wrong one I'm trying to clip it to. Okay, so I want to actually switch this. I cannot do that. Okay. This is formatted incorrectly. All right, we're going back. We're going back to the vampire bite then. Oops, I fudged up. So it's cool. It's cool. I'll have it stick to just this one for right now. But basically, it's a mask that I use for it. It's not hard. I mean, if I could learn it, you for sure could learn it, babe. It's easier than it seems that I'm making it sound like. My bad that I am very not clear about it. Oops. Okay, so what I need to do is this particular... Oh, this is the exact same thing. It's just colored. Okay, so this is 48, so I don't need this one, but I do need to copy this. And then this needs to be set to multiply, and then this needs to be set to 48 opacity. Is that it? Is that the right one? It's fine, Mom. Also, you're shit at learning streaming stuff. You're not shit at learning streaming stuff. You're just not ready to accept certain things. Wait, hold on. I have to look at this. Okay, so this is that. And this is that. Okay. What color is this? Hold on. It should be... Oh, it's a different color. Oh. Oh, shit, that's why. Okay, so this is like a pinky coloration. It's fine. That's fine. Okay. See, the hardest thing between doing two PNGs is trying to, like, match all the coloration. Okay, and this should... Why isn't that working? It should be the same thing, right? Alright, hang on, let's retry this. Is it the whole it's not the whole sock that's colored, right? Hang on, let me unclip this. No, it's literally... Oh, shit. You tried? You need it explained to me like a toddler. Okay, well, if you give me time to script it, I might be able to script it down for a toddler level. I can do it. I can. No. I could. It's just so interesting that you are like, oh, if I use this particular sword, I can get a 5% buff on this fighting this particular enemy. But I'm like, okay, so you have to take this layer and clip it to the other layer. And you're like, I can't. I just can't. I'm like, why can't you? Why? Okay. So... I mean, it's fine. That happens. Not everybody is like... You could do math. It doesn't mean I'm technically inclined. It does, actually. It does mean you can be technically inclined. It would be far easier for you to learn something that's really technically oriented rather than something that's like, the shading color has to complement this particular tone or, you know, whatever. I think you can do it. I think you're just psyching yourself out about it. By telling yourself you can't do it, you will inevitably fulfill that prophecy. Okay, now it looks fine. I don't know why it was looking different when I was doing it. Okay, it's a Attack on Titan parody, guys. Oh my god, that, you know what that really makes me want to do is it really makes me want to actually go and like work on overlays. But surprisingly, you know what, I do have a thing I can work on that I could show you guys since it's just my regular workspace. For my regular overlay stuff, I'm changing it. Also, the game stuff is like 75% of your life. You haven't been trying to learn proper streaming stuff for that long. Yeah, that's true. You kind of have half-assed a lot of the streaming stuff. You're like, fuck it. Are you actually going back and rewatching your VODs? I'm not judging if you're not. I'm slightly judging if you're not. Okay, I gotta change this. First one to die. It's really funny when I'm like, there's a couple people that I've offered like streaming advice to, and I'm like, hey. Yeah. I will not stop. You never did after you stopped doing the Dark Souls 3 stuff, and that was just the highlight, the boss fights. Oh my god. I offer all this great advice and nobody takes it. I mean, it's okay. It's fine. I'm not upset. I mean, it's fine, but it's so funny, like, when people are like, they ask me a question. I feel like now, you know, what I have to do is I have to be like, okay, are you actually wanting the answer, or are you just wanting me to magically do something? It's not really, you don't really have the energy to go through your own streams. You gotta make the time. You get out of streaming what you put into it is the easiest way to explain it. Hi, Gray! I'm finishing off a couple of other things really fast today. Okay. Okay. I'm trying to match the information that I have on the other one right here. You'll try. I mean, even if you're having trouble going through your own VODs, then what you might need to do is maybe limit the amount of times you're streaming, or see what other places you can pull time from. and you know, I mean, it's all up to you. It doesn't help you only have like 4 hours of free time. Well, I'm not saying that you could cut down a little bit on League and some other things, but there is time. It's just a matter of, are you willing to sacrifice it or not? You know? You know? What are you willing to sacrifice? It can sometimes be a lot. Streaming is, especially if you want to like get anywhere or promote or do anything like that, it can really take a lot out of you. Okay, I'm trying to decide how I want to do like the shading for it. There we go. Okay. And then I think I have some shading for the sword on this particular layer, which is very fun. All right, let's turn this up, grab this. It is a lot of work. It is a lot of work. But in the business of entertainment, it's not that much. But it is work. I will have you know, it definitely is work. You do gotta do stuff. And it can feel like a ton of work. What I usually find is easier is doing two different things. Is as soon as I finish a stream, is to go back through it. Now, I haven't done that in a couple of days simply because I have a couple of days coming up where I'm going to be off, and that's when I'm going to do and pull all of my clips for, like, I think the past 4 streams this past week. And do all that. Then I'm also going to, then at that point, set it to re-upload everything to YouTube. I want to try and start, like, kind of cutting down on all of my intros and my breaks for when I upload it to YouTube. Hi! Thank you for clocking in! Ataki! And I think that's what I'm going to do kind of moving forward a little bit more. Because I have scripts for a couple of different, like, long-form content stuff. I've got one in the works of how I did Fungulus's PNG gift set. I have one in the works for a couple of other things. What's going on with the art today? Okay, we're finishing off this little PNG set. So I have the this version done, and I'm matching the shading on this one with this one. And once I do that, then we're going to do the coloring for the Hot Lizard Man. We're going to finish this up. And then I don't know what we're going to do after that. It depends on how long I take with the rendering for both of these. To be honest, this one should finish up pretty quick since I already have the pre-existing layers. I just have to, like, color match them with the other part. So we should be fine. So it's going to be pretty chill. Right now we're talking about streaming stuff. I'm not exactly lecturing, but I'm sort of lecturing. It feels a bit bad, but you know. It's not bad advice. You're not gonna have to spend you're gonna have to spend a few days not playing anything and probably set up your streaming stuff. You are, because the more background stuff you do, the more fun stuff you can do. Like, I'm so tempted to show it to you guys. I'm so super tempted. You know what? Do you want a sneak peek? I'll put a vote in stream, okay? If you guys want a sneak peek of something, I can show it to you. And then if not, then that's totally fine. You guys will just see it after Thanksgiving. But I'll put a quick vote in here real fast. Manage poll, new poll. Want a sneak peek? Yes. No. All right, I'll give you guys 5 minutes. I'll allow additional votes. I'll let you use points. All right, that's going right now. Dun, da, da, da. Thank you, Dr. Knowles. Oh my God, right in the middle of a little bit of stuff. Yeah. I would also recommend going through rebalancing your mic. It's always good to do that every so often. I'm not saying, like, your audio is horrible. I'm just saying, like, it's good to do every so often. I went back through and I rebalanced all of my stuff. You're just weird and don't really have a sense of what looks or sounds good. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You just don't want to accept that you do. You feel, I don't know, maybe a little bit of shame or something around that. I'm not sure what it is, but you feel that you're being held up to different standards. It's okay. The easiest way that I would recommend doing it would be make something that you like to look at. Do something that you think looks cool. If you like a particular game overlay, then just remake it. You can't tell with audio. I'll send you a couple of tutorials on, like, how to, like, rebalance your audio so it sounds like the super best. That'll help you out quite a bit. And believe me, you'll know. You will know. You will know if your audio sounds bad. I want to do this. No, like, you literally can't tell a difference no matter how much you mess around with it. Are you actually listening to your audio? Like, trust me, you'll be able to know. I don't believe that, because you can hear my audio and you can tell me right away when my audio sounds bad. Just, if you follow through with the tutorials I'll send, then tell me if you have issues with it or not, okay? then we'll test it. I need the eraser. Okay. And actually need to pull all this back. Okay. Have faith in yourself. Have a little confidence. Have trust. I believe. Okay, and then there is a little bit underneath here, and then there's a little bit underneath the brows. You got it. I believe in you. I believe in you. If you can listen to someone and go, "Ah, that sounds like shit," I think you can do it. Part of it is also like getting used to how you sound. Listen to yourself. It's not cringe. It's not cringe. You have to be nicer to yourself. Man, there's so many streamers that I know. You spent like an hour trying to do the audio stuff and couldn't really tell much of a difference. You'll be able to tell a difference for sure. with the stuff I'll send. Okay. Okay, looped and up and around that. Okay. Because what you have to do is while you're doing it, you have to be... It's easier if you have a headphone, one headphone in, and you're listening to the live feedback from your mic. And what I find easiest to do is start out with things as quiet as possible. Hang on. As quiet as possible, and then you add in sounds that you would normally run into. So, background music, TV. Why did I switch to that one? I meant to switch to this one. Okay, I do have it pulled up and around his mustache. You can do it. You can do it. You just have a lot of... I think you have a lot of points where you're doubting yourself. You gotta don't doubt yourself as much. I mean, if need be, what we could do is... I don't have a ton of time to do it, you know, because there's a lot of stuff I gotta do. But I could get on voice chat with you. You would have to start a virtual... not a cable. You'd have to send your audio through Discord, and I could tell you if you sound like shit or not. I think you could do it, though. Okay. Okay. So I want to change all of this. And actually, what I want to do is I want to kind of soften all of this because the sword is raised, so the shadow that the sword would be going through is much softer here. So we're gonna just kind of blot this. This is so much easier when I'm working with like real paints. Doing this like this is kind of a pain in the ass. Okay, and then this is gonna be darker. This is gonna be darker. There we go. Buried alive. Sorry, guys. I don't mean to always, like, if somebody asks me a technical question, I'll try and explain it. It's definitely not the clearest explanation. You're pretty, like, mostly tone deaf. I think a good part of it is I think you're a little self-conscious. Okay, and I do have it following the edge of the blade just a little bit. Okay. Incinerated. Pretty sure. Well, you always sound like shit. No. Okay. I'm gonna let you guys in on a super big secret. Okay, are you ready? Hang on. I feel like we gotta get a little closer for this, chat. Okay. Are you ready? Okay. Here. What you tell yourself is what you believe. So if you constantly tell yourself you sound like shit, you will perceive yourself as sounding like shit. If you tell yourself you sound great, then you will perceive yourself as sounding great. Okay? If you wouldn't tell it to somebody else in a non-asshole manner, then don't tell it to yourself. Okay? 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 The same way if you tell yourself, I can't do this thing, I can't draw, I can't beat this game, I can't make it through this level, I can't, well then you're never going to. Because you're telling yourself a prophecy and you're going to make it come true with the implied efforts and the amount of effort and everything you're putting into it. Because you're giving out before you're even starting. Okay? Oh, you know what I should have done? I should have done the really extreme zoom. Okay, there we go. So don't immediately start off being like, I sound like shit anyway. No, what you are convincing yourself of is that you sound like shit. Not everyone has the same perception of you as you have of yourself. So it's important to remember that. I feel like we need to pull out the chair. Okay, don't make me pull out the damn chair again. I will. I'll pull out the chair. And then we'll have some existential self-talks. Or chats, I should say. We're gonna teach you guys some self-love, okay? we're gonna teach you guys how to like yourselves. If you can't think about nice things to say for yourself, think of what I would say. Okay, and then go with that. I'm gonna teach you guys how to like yourselves. I can think of very not nice things you said about me too. Well, in jest. Think of only nice things. I have said unnice things. Could you believe it, Chan? I'm a super asshole. Within reason. I try to be reasonable. Nah, you deserved it. I mean, most of the time when I get really angry, what I'll do is I'll just end the stream. I'll just be like, you know what? I'm done. I'll just end it. Which I have done before. Usually, though, if you give me time to cool off, then we're fine. It's just you gotta give me time to cool off. Okay. Welcome back, Venra! Thank you for clocking in! Rawr! Rawr, says Nightbot. Oh, I forgot he had that command in still. Oh, God! Holy shit, how is first not picked up yet? Jesus. Scared the absolute bejesus out of me, though. Whew. This should not be in here. Why is this in here? This should not be in here. You're special? Everybody is special. You know what, Venra? You know what we were waiting on? We were waiting just for you to be able to claim that. Yeah, I don't know why that should not have been in there. Maybe I added it back in? I don't know. I don't know. Anyway. IDK, you still think you're relatively unlikable. That's because you keep telling yourself that. Don't tell yourself that. If you weren't likable, we wouldn't hang out with you, okay? I mean, if you're unlikable, then we wouldn't be friends. Exactly. You tell him. I mean, nobody has a perfect relationship with anybody else. There are going to be points where you get frustrated and upset with people. That happens. That's life. If now adults can be like, look, here's the issue we're having. I need time to go and cool off, and we'll come back to it later. And then we do, and it's fine. Yeah, no one is perfect. You know, even people who are freaking married will get into fights. Like, come on. It's fine. Ain't nobody perfect. Okay, and then this one. You know, actually, I don't think I have to change anything on this layer. It's totally fine. This is the linear burn. Normal. There's a hot pink. You just tell him, shush, it's fine. Well, a real mark of being an adult is being able to work your way through a conversation and to be able to, you know, chat and talk about something. Yeah, there we go. Again, I really don't think, like, the majority of this that I have to... Yeah, no, that's fine. I can keep that. This just darkens specific areas. Yeah, this just darkens specific areas. Nah, we can be dicks. Everybody can be dicks. There's quite a few times where I feel like I'm like being like a super bitch. And yeah, not everybody is nice all the time. Okay, some people sometimes you just need a little bit of time to go ape shit, you know? Okay, so I need to put this in the areas they're gonna be dark. I mean, if the shoe fits, I can say that I can tell when I'm being a bitch. There's a couple points that I've had recently where I'm just like, you know what? I'm gonna go self-isolate for a little bit. I'm feeling like a bitch right now. Oh shit, hang on. What's this layer? Linear burn. Okay. There. Wondrous. Okay, and then it has a little bit... Oh, I'm on the wrong section. Hold on. Where's that orange? Ah, it's in the glow dodge section. Okay, no worries. Same. You apologize, then get super quiet and hated yourself for being a dick. I'll just be like, you know what? It sounds rude, especially if I say something I don't intend to be bitchy about it. Like if I say something and I'll be like, it sounds like I'm mad. I'm not. And then I'll go and, you know, because I'm not intending to be angry. It's just for some reason I'm just like, argh! You know, it happens. It happens. Everybody's human of some form or fashion. Okay, so it needs to be in this layer. So I'm gonna keep that. Normal. Oh, this coloration. Okay. Thank you for clocking in. Hi, Earfang! You are a massive empath. See, I'm not quite so much an empath, but I am able to be like, whoa, Mycelia, you gotta chill the fuck out. You are human. You are human. You just gotta allow yourself to accept it. You have been told before that you sound like you're uncaring and sound angry all the time. Well, you know what doesn't really... You know, a lot of people, it's really hard for them to understand or hear tone. And if you have a flat, you know, effect to your voice, then it can really change things. It can really change things up. I have a super resting bitch face, like, normally. So, like, there's a reason, like, when I'm rigging, I have a specific toggle that makes me look way happier than my face indicates, because my tracking always makes me look like I'm angry, even though I'm not. So when someone gets angry, you get angry as well without even meaning to. Ooh, yeah, especially if you're feeding off of the other emotions of everybody else, that can really be a big thing. Let's see, did I? Yes, I did. Okay, so this particular layer, normal, this and that. Wow. And it can be a little frustrating, like, especially if I'm trying to explain something and I'm not explaining it correctly, and I feel that I'm being bitchy about it. I'll go put myself in timeout. I'll be like, I gotta walk away for just a minute because I feel like what I'm saying is coming across differently than what I'm intending, and I gotta go reword a couple of things. 2, 1. What is this song? I have no idea. It sucks because if there's a group of people, it amplifies everything. Oh yeah. I could see that really being a big drawback, especially in large groups. Okay. I gotta erase a lot of this, especially in the upper head section. It really changes from one version to the other. Oh, actually, I can leave that one. More Millie! It's only when you go out and come back, you nap. That's when you, that's what, after you've gone back and out and hung out with a bunch of people, you come back, that's when you'll take a nap. I mean, a nap tends to, like, I feel like it fixes a lot of stuff. It doesn't fix everything, but I feel like sometimes, wow, a nap can be exactly what the doctor ordered. It's exactly what you need. You just now noticed my shirt? I have several. Would you like to see all of them? So I have I have 7 different shirts. So I have, yeah, okay, hold on. Let's move a little closer for this. Okay. So we have the first design, which is Suck It. We have the second design, which is, it says penis, but it's actually people encouraging niceness in society. Okay. I have the third one, where it says garlic, but it's in heavy metal font. The fourth one says donate blood. The fifth one says day shift. The sixth one says best dad. And then the seventh one just says be positive. You make me want to make another PNG model, but you feel like you'd want to make yourself look a little different. Do it. You know what you could do? Just do what I do. Where you have a costume or a theme that you do for maybe a game or for like a season or for like a holiday or whatever, and then play around with the design, see if you like it. If you don't like it, then it's just a costume and you can go back to your original look. If you do like it, well then no biggie. You just use it. You just keep using it and just say, hey guys, I switched. It's super easy. Do it. Try out new things. Oh, I'm like, where's this layer? I don't have it showing. It's pretty fun that you're an O+. Oh, you're an O positive, even though you're pretty greedy. Well, I mean, your blood type doesn't really have much to do about how you are personally. That's just a myth. But it is really funny that you're a donor and you gotta do the thing. Please donate. See, what sucks is I am unable to donate. You were thinking of doing something like keeping blonde hair towards the top of your head, but then the black out your head on both sides and the back, and give yourself baggy eyes. Do it. Even if you only do it for just a little bit, or you only have it as a toggle or something you use just for a couple streams, it's still fun. Okay, this one, I don't think I want it on the lower section here. Dun 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 dun. Wait, is this the redeem? Oh my god, it is a redeem. Wait, hold on. Wait, what is something? There's chaos going on. Wouldn't it be ironic if you were an O? Oh, they may not actually let you donate. Oh yeah, anemia. Yeah, if you're anemic, they will not. Oh yeah, no, there's chaos going right now. I thought it was just in my playlist. Also, now you don't remember what your blood type is. Gotta go fish for your blood donor card. Go look for it. Good night, Benra. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Oh my god, I can't hear anything. I know there's music going on. Logically, I know there's music happening, but I can't for the life of me hear it. What's really funny is I've got it balanced so you guys can hear stuff over the music. I can't. I'm kind of regretting that just a little bit. Dun 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 dun. I see you, Airbag. It was brilliant you played though. I was like, is this on my playlist? Dun 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 dun. Okay. Oh god, that looks good. Dun 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 dun. Oh my god, this is so loud. Okay. Oh god. I will focus. It's so hard to see because the music is so loud. Hold on. my god. Like when when you're driving and you're like trying to see the house numbers as you're going by some place, you gotta reach over and like turn down the music. Oh my god, I like couldn't see on the canvas because the music was so loud. Oh my god, that's so good. Oh god. It's actually loud enough to overpower the song that's playing. Oh, is it? On stream? Okay, okay. Is it as loud as it was previously? I lost my pin. I don't think it's as blaring as it was previously. It shouldn't be as blaring. It's gonna be loud, but it should not be as loud like as it was. This, we're gonna do this. We're gonna pull. It's not painfully loud. Okay, okay. As long as it's not painfully loud, then that is the goal. For at least for you guys. Like for me, it can be painfully loud. That's really fine. That's kind of the point of it. Is for it to be uncomfortable for me. Because I love the idea of you guys getting to do stuff, but you never have your phone beyond half volume anyway. Oh, see, that's always a good idea. I always keep my stuff pretty low. Okay. So we have boom, 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 boom. Oh my goodness, he looks amazing. Rah! Rah! I just noticed something. His sword handle's not colored in. Yeah, it's not colored in. Which is fine. I can easily fix that. Da, 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 da. This is why I have the sword on its own layer. I usually tend to keep my volumes pretty low when I'm doing stuff or listening to stuff. Simply because I have my stuff on like all the time. I always have my volume on. He bleeds on the sword every time he talks. What do you mean he bleeds on the sword every time he talks? I want others to bleed on the sword every time. Every time. Bad joke. Oh, okay, I gotcha. Okay, there is a little line here that is on the talking version. I gotta change that. Affliction. I gotta figure out which layer is this on. This one? This one? It's on this layer! Ta-da! Okay. Let's do a last bit double check. I noticed something I gotta fix. There is a section right here on his chest that is not colored in. I'm gonna fix that real fast. Oh, there's a couple sections. Fuck, I erased part of his soul. His being. Okay. Do. Oh, I also, on the list of things I want to do today is I want to fix the sections on Venra's commission piece. Remove those couple extra lines that he had noticed and see if I can find anything else on it that I can go through and change and, like, fix. Spinning around. Thank you, Dr. Knowles. Okay. Okay, I don't need this pink option, so we're gonna get rid of that. Okay, so we have this one, and then this one. And again, I see a couple of layers in the very under layer where there is no coloring on it. Which is easy to fix. Now, granted, because it's a PNG set, it's going to be a little hard to kind of see on every single section. Okay. Very nice. Very, very nice. All right. Okay, that feels very nice. Okay, there is one last thing I want to change just a little bit, and that would actually be the shading that is available. You know what? We'll just do all this. We'll go by layer. On this piece right here, I want to clean this up just a little bit. There we go. Do 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 do. Okay, I want a little bit more of a soft eraser on this. There we go. Cool. I lied. I'm not happy with that. Let's change it fully. UDK, why you been listening to some songs from the 70s recently? Because songs from the 70s were catchy. There's quite a few songs that you go back through and you're like, man, that was really good song. That was a good song. They were cooking with that. Lavatronic, lavahonic. Oh, that is... Is that in the wrong layer? It is. And the blue should not be on here. Get the blue off there. Get out of here. Get out of here. September is always fun to listen to every now and then again. Drawing away Kronk. Wrong layer! Exactly. Every time. Every time. Wrong layer! Why do we even have that layer? Every time. Every time. Okay, I want to actually... is this a sword tie? Okay, I want the sword tie below that. There we go. There we go. Yes. Yes. Okay, so we have that. So we have non-talking and talking. You know what I really like? I like the fact that the sword moves, but his little hand technically doesn't move. I love that. All right, let me go ahead and save and export this. So this one's done. Ding, ding, ding. One done. Wait, hang on. Where's that sound effect? Yes! Yay! And then a little... There we go. Okay, I'm gonna export this. A lot of old songs are really good. Heck yeah, a lot of old songs are so catchy, you're like, wow, wow. Thank you, Sam, for contributing 28k to the Chat vs. Mycelia challenge. So this is Levi profile picture sock, and this is the talking. Kids Bop, though. Kids Bop was weird, man. Kids Bop was weird. Thank Thank you so much, Shuna, for contributing 10K to the Chad versus Mycelia challenge. Remember, guys, the more that you donate, the faster you... Well, not donate. The more you hit that challenge goal, the faster you will be able to hit that stuff. Oh, the kids... Oh, you mean the kids pop, where it goes, pop, yay! Where it's this. It's the best. I loved it so much when I did it for the was it for the it was for a birthday or something? It was an event. It was some kind of event. No, the kids version of songs they did on like 30 discs. You know they still make those. They're still coming out with like still like newer songs. Yeah, Kids Bop. Yeah, Kids Bop is still a thing. Let's see. I'm gonna export this one now. Yeah, look it up. Look it up. You're about to be so sad. Think of any recent popular song, and I guarantee you there's a Kids Bop version of it. That shit is still popular. Okay, I'm gonna save. The cringe! It's not cringe, it's just stuff that you don't like. Fuck, I just noticed something. The extra bit around his horns with this particular blue. It's fine. I can just do it and then re-export it. It's not gonna hurt anything. No, you know what's really actually cringe, but like still not actually cringe? Being a part of a Kids Bop thing. Like, you grow up and then like, oh my god, my mother had convinced me to do this when I was young, and I regret it. Type deal, you know? They made a fucking Shut Up and Dance cover? Oh yeah. Oh, you've known them, but a handful of them like 10 years ago are better. Yeah, a few of them are actually good. When they first started, I feel like they put a lot more effort into it. Nowadays it's just it feels like a whole bunch of slap. Okay. Okay, not quite. Still not super happy with the foreign section right through here. That is the wrong layer. This is the right layer. They made a fucking, whatchamacallit? Shit, what's that one popular... Like, some songs that kids have no business singing, they've made into Kids Bop covers. And I'm like, do they even know? Do they even know? I mean, like, the kids themselves probably, like, don't know. Right? There's some stuff that I'm like, there's no way the kids, like, know what some of the stuff means that they're singing about. Okay. Alright, now I can export it. Now I can re-export this one. Okay. Saving, make sure I don't lose it. We're gonna export. PNG. Where am I? Here it is. Yes, I would like to replace that. There we go. There we go. Yeah, some of these things shouldn't be things you make a kid sing. Yeah, they're definitely not things kids should be singing about at all. And some of it you're like, oh my god, how did they do that? Get the permissions from the parents to have the kids sing these, because wow, that is not a kid's song. Alright, I'm gonna save. And then I'm going to export my time lapse. Oh, I can show you guys the time lapse. Here. Let me make sure it's captured. Hooray! There we go. Where is this? They're savages. Hold on. Why aren't you showing? Okay. Is it capturing? It is... It should be showing, right? It is not showing. That's fine. I'll capture it anew. It's okay. I'll do it this way then. Fine. I'll do it myself. Okay, let us do image capture. CSP2 recording export window. I have to label everything, otherwise I'm gonna lose it in all of like the zillions of windows that I have on my OBS. Oh, there it goes, there it goes. Okay. You guys don't need to see all of my stuff here. You really only need to see this. I'll cut it down. All right, I'll let you guys, while I'm setting it up to export, I'll let you guys watch it. Ta-da! Move my OBS back over to the other window. Okay. Boop. Wow. I had a pretty strong idea of what I wanted, like, right away. What is this song? It's from Pocahontas. You've never heard it? It's such a good movie. It's the song that plays in, like, the big finale fight. You've never watched it? Oh, it's a good movie. The animation is beautiful. The music is great. Spirits of the earth and wind guide you. Now follow it. This will be day. This will be the morning. Yeah, the story is like it's not accurate. It's very to be honest with you, the first story is a little super iffy because historically Pocahontas was like 16. Pocahontas. But if you watch the Disney movies and it's very Yeah, Pocahontas is 16 in the first one. But if you go through and you watch the second Pocahontas, the second Disney Pocahontas movie, it's actually way better written. Yeah, it's like super cringe. But the second one, if you take it as just a story and not historical or anything like that, the second one is like way better written. It's much better. And there's a bear in that one. Disney cut out all of the bad parts of stories? What? No, never. It's all good. It's all true. It's always the best, all the time. Only the good parts. I love the fact that in the recording you can see me flip between the two different versions. And it's almost done. Man, it makes me look like I work real fast. Except for a lot, yeah, except for the villains, though. The villains, they're pretty horrible about, which is always really funny. Okay, it's exporting right now. it's moving real slow, so we're just gonna hang out and chill. As it's actually rendering it, it doesn't let me show you guys, but I'll let you guys watch it through the first time. You prefer the original versions of the stories Disney adapted, and then again, fucked up stories tend to be better. I mean, the one on the wall in oh yeah, Tarzan was an interesting one that they did. They changed quite a bit. The one shadow, yeah, the shadow thing on the wall in Tarzan for sure is super sus. The skull and the crossbones in Gaston's eyes are really sus. You know what's really funny is actually the main thing about Sleeping Beauty was Sleeping Beauty was very, very, very dark. And I like dark fairy tales, and even then, Sleeping Beauty is still, wow. Like, the Disney version really makes it seem like a super cute thing, and it is not. A lot of the Grimm brother fairy tales are very, not. Not at all. Okay, so this one's done. And we're gonna move on to the next one. Yeah. Snow White should have died like 3 or 4 times despite the evil witch's attempts. Oh yeah, she should have. She was it 16 or 15? No, she was younger than 15. I think she was 14. Hold on. Somebody double check it. I'm pretty sure she was 14. Hold on. We're Googling. We're doing the great Googles. She's 14. Yeah, in the original, she's 14. It's not explicitly stated in the movie. In the original Grimm fairy tales, Snow White is 7 years old. And they adjusted her to be 14 in the movie. Yeah, the part where Ariel died at the end of the story, oh right, they changed that. They did change that. She did not change into foam. Also, she did not go through excruciating pain to get her legs. Yep, they changed that. What else did they change? They changed a whole lot. Instead of having the prince kiss her, it was like basically have sex with her. And they changed that. Just a kiss, man. Just a kiss. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of stuff is a lot of fucked up, guys. A lot of stuff is a lot of fucked up. So many things are really fucked up. So many. I will say though, I really do like the Brothers Grimm. I feel like they did a great job on a lot of it. Okay, this is the color. No, literally part of it with every step she took would feel like stepping on glass, and it got even more painful per step. Yes, that's correct. And Snow White, not Snow White, Cinderella, they made her dance in hot iron shoes. And when she became queen, she made them dance in hot iron shoes. Yeah, it's really fucked up, guys. Okay, so this is the colors. I did notice the section here on the boot for the line art for right there. It's a little fucked up. I gotta change that. Man, there's so many things that were so fucked up. So many things, guys. Here it is, boots. You have to look at the stories through the lens of the times they were written. Karma. Also, her stepsisters did gore levels of stuff. Yeah, they cut off sections of their feet. It was gnarly, man. Whoops. I have to cut that like this. There we go. And it talked about like the shoes filling up with blood. It was really intense. So Cinderella fit perfectly in the blood-filled shoe. Yep. They're less important in that context. Oh yeah, I mean, for sure. Well, there's a lot of stuff that nowadays we would be okay with that later in time, in the future, they probably will not be so okay with, you know? That's just the way life is. Actually, Is this hot dog water? Yeah, always apply appropriate context. Correct. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is from hot dog flavored water. You're just glad at how The Princess and the Frog turned out. They actually had non-white people as main. I'm very glad. I really like The Princess and the Frog. I really love how they did it. Not only was the animation really nice, but the way they updated it and they did everything was really, really good. I feel like they really did a good job. And plus, like, Tiana is, like, absolutely gorgeous. I fucking love her design. It's so good. It's so fucking good. I mean, I love it. Just chef's kiss the whole way. Okay. Oh, wow, there's sections. I really did a shit job on coloring this initially, guys. I'm so sorry. I think there was a whole lot of fuck it, I'm done that happened. Okay. Plus, I really honestly think the way they did The Princess and the Frog needs to be applied to a lot of other Disney things. You don't get why people care so much about skin color of movies, of characters in fairy tale movies. Because some people are just dumb. That's literally the only reason. Okay, so this, we're gonna do this, and then I'm gonna actually darken this. There's a lot of Millie in this section of the playlist. Let's do this. Bam! Darken it down. It's dumb on both sides. I mean, I can understand why people want to have that representation. It's very important for kids and young adults to have the ability to see a reflection of themselves on the screen. It's very, very important. Oh shit, hang on. You know what I have to do? I almost have to do this the reverse way, where I have to erase the sections where I don't want the highlights to be. It's very good for kids' self-esteem to see themselves on screen. To see a representation of, I'm not ugly, I see myself in this particular character, and because so many people love and really enjoy this character, then I can be pretty too. Or I can be smart, or I can be clever, and I can do these things as well. It's really hugely important. It has to do with like a lot of psychology and stuff. But I don't know, if you're a grown-ass adult, I feel like you should sit down and shut the fuck up. Mom, all the media you watched as a kid were Asian white people. You don't need a character to be Arabic to relate to them. Shuna, I'm not saying you're the most well-adjusted being on the planet, but I feel like you would be much better adjusted if you had some of that. Your self-esteem would definitely be much higher. That's why it's important to make sure that those things are available to kids. Now, granted, not every person needs that. However, for healthy development, it's a bonus. I'm pretty sure that was all the constant bullying in school, more so than the media. Yeah, but the media starts you off at a specific level. So when you actually go through and you're at home and you're not quite in school yet, what you start off with, your base level is, oh, we're talking about representation in media and how important it is for like childhood development. And I was like, it's very important. Before you even get into school, what you have is you have that base little bit of information that you build yourself off of. You start to build your little person out of. And that little bit of stuff that you build up is challenged by what you come across in school. Like that is a big part of, unfortunately, a lot of public schooling. And it's necessarily not the best, but that's starts off and continues from whatever basis you have for your self-esteem and your world knowledge, and it builds off of it. So if you are already starting off on a pretty low level for like self-esteem or your personality building blocks, then you're going to have issues later in life. But if you start off having a good representation of yourself, like you see somebody who has the same skin tone as you in movies, or you see somebody who has the same disability as you in Barbie dolls, or little things like that can start you off on a much higher level than it would be as if it wasn't there. Oh my god, this is from a Goofy movie. Road. So yeah. The boys, is this the road to Nashville? Or you'll be getting towed. Sorry guys, I love this movie. Oh yeah! Eat my dust. Hee-haw! So if you sorry, I'm going back to the childhood development. If you start off on a lower level than maybe other kids your age, kids are vicious, man. Kids are fucking vicious. They will immediately hone in on that because humans are pack animals. I feel like we should prioritize having appropriate punishment for kids that act like monsters more than races in media. Well, see, here's the issue with that, Shuna, is that it's the parents' job to discipline their kids. And it's not the social media's job to do it. It's not the public's job to do it. Now, granted, if you live in an area where a lot of people live close by, then it is going to be a thing where other people are going to help you. Kids are unfiltered. They will be absolutely brutal. They will. Kids are absolute fucking monsters. So you gotta really be on top of it in the education system, and the main thing is it really has to be reinforced at home. And a lot of parents don't really do that. You know? This is definitely from hot dog flavored water. People don't fucking parent. Yeah. That's why it's really important to, when you are going through and you're looking at, different reflections of society, a lot of big factors about how kids are raised are really dependent on how the parents were raised, and that how that's like passed down and everything else like that. Oh my god, I feel like we have to pull out the chair. We're talking existential things, guys. And some of it is just that the parents don't know. Like, they don't know because they weren't raised any different. Especially if it's like some place that's like really traditional. Thank you, Dr. Knowles. And that's why education for not just kids, but for adults is also very important. Oh, I'm coloring on this like I'm doing the actual shading. This is literally just only for the black section, for the pants and stuff. Sorry, guys, you probably did not expect me to actually be listening to anything like this. I can't lie. I listen to quite a bit of different things. Love the hand for your art stuff, by the way. It looks awesome. Thank you. This is the older version. I did this one 2 years ago. Nah, you know me well enough. Okay. I did this one 2 years ago. So it's the outdated vampire model design, but I was like, you know what? I should use this. If I'm using my nice model for my art, for an art stream, I'll use this nice one. And then I've got well, that's not switching. I've got a nice one for my regular version that I think I'll update so it matches my new outfit. Well, not my new outfit, my actual outfit, and then I'll use that. Okay, I have to switch this to the eraser and then to the marker to thin stuff down. Yeah, there we go. Rollin', 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 roll. And it's really fun. The only thing that sucks is if I go over here. So here, I'll show you on this. I have to do it on a non little layer. So if I over here, it sits just underneath where my pen is, but if I go over here, it sits on the far side. So because my screen size is different from my tablet, it doesn't match up perfectly, which is also why when I go over here, there's a big gap between where the tip of the pin is and where everything else is. Off topic, you're going through paperwork and holy shit, why the fuck does this guy write his A's like a pregnant lady kneeling over? Hold on, what do you mean? Pregnant women should not be kneeling. That is so bad for their back. Have you tried doing a squat with a watermelon? That shit is hard. 1 sec. Okay. Just, if you send it, cut out the majority of it. We don't want to dox anybody, but I want to see what this looks like. I'm so invested in what this guy's A's look like right now. It's killing me. You can't see anything important, it's just a checklist. Okay. I need to know. My brain is like, we must know. You know what I'm waiting for is I'm waiting for somebody to come into stream and be like, what the fuck are you listening to, Mycelia? And I'll be like, this is Limp Bizkit. Specifically, it's their album, Hot Dog Flavored Water. You did send it? Okay, is it on Discord, I assume? Hold, please. Oh, I gotta pull up my phone. Because I don't have it pulled up on DM. Okay, let me take a look. Oh my god, it does look like a pregnant woman kneeling over. So for context, yeah, here, I'll show. I won't show it on screen. I'll recreate it on screen. Okay, so his A's, which is not an English A, by the way, look like this. It does look like a pregnant woman kneeling over. She would fall, though. She would fall, though. You know what's gonna be really funny is I'm recording this speed drawing. It's English. That is not an A. An A looks like that, or like that, Or like this. Yeah, phonication? I don't think that is... Is that a B? Is it a B? And they're just like doing this? Oh, no, I see. He writes it, he writes it weird, so it's... He writes his A's like that. It's an A? Who the fuck writes their A's like this? I mean, this guy clearly does. You know, actually, now that I'm looking at it, that looks really nice. So it's got a pizzazz to it. I could write a bunch of A's like this. It feels like I'm back in, like, school, like, learning how to draw letters, though. Yeah, that is... Huh. Only he, like, circles it. Yeah, that's so interesting. That is so interesting. It's an interesting A. Wait, is he left-handed? Hang on. Let me try it with my left hand. Oh no! That's... wait, hold on, let me do this. Hold on. Oh! I could see, if he was left-handed, that would make more sense. Rather than, like, right-handed. Oh, you can see how much shaker my left hand is. So we have the right hand, and then we have the left hand. We gotta go much slower, guys. Speaking of, oh, you know what we should do? And let me re-expand this back up here. There we go. I should do like the left hand version of I'm like testing it out, but I think when I do, I'll do the shitty version. You should see how it looks. How it looks if you try to write with your left hand. Hang on, let me hit save. Hold on. This isn't a commission, so I can fuck around a little bit. Okay, hang on. Okay, so let me do. Here, I'll just do Bob. Okay, this is Bob. This is with my right hand. And then let me. Hang on, I gotta rotate it a little bit. Okay, so this is... Oh god. This is with my left hand. Oh god! Oh, it's so bad! Oh, it's so bad. Hold on. Yeah. I'm sorry, chat. You're gonna have to... Here, let's do a heart. Oh, that's a nice heart. And then I will do a square. And then a triangle. And now I'm gonna try it with my other hand. Oh my god, it feels so awkward to hold the pen in this hand. Hold on. So I'm gonna do the same thing where I just minimize this real fast. And then a heart. Okay, that's not as bad as I thought it was gonna be. A square. Oh, and then a triangle. Okay, that's not as bad as I thought it would be. Okay, let's do A, B, C, D. And then A, ooh. B, ooh. C, D. That D looks like an O. It's almost like sharper when I go with my left hand. It's like sharper. I don't know how else to describe it other than it's... Yeah, that's interesting. Versus with this hand. Now granted, oh, this doesn't have any stabilization. So let me try it. Let me try it with a layer that has a pen that's stabilized. I totally got distracted, guys. I'm so sorry. All right, so we'll do this. We'll do a right hand, and this will be my left hand. So we'll do heart. This is with stabilization. Circle or oval or whatever. Straight line. Wavy line. I'm gonna check the other hand, and then we do a heart. Ooh. And then a square. Oh god. And then a circle. That's actually a better circle than the other one. Look how bad it looks. It does look so bad. And then a line. And then, oh, a wavy line. Oh shit. That's a wave. Oh god. That's a difference. That's a difference. Look how, oh, so you sent me a thing? Okay, hang on, let me take a look at it. Hello. Oh my god, it's so shaky. It's okay. Mine is also very shaky. I understand. My stuff is so shaky. I have to laugh though every time that I try that little challenge of like do it with your opposite hand. I usually like weenie out just I can't stand how it looks. I'm like, no, I can't. How could I? Okay. And then for this, am I on the wrong layer? I am on the wrong layer. Get rid of that. You're just gonna be funny. Have you seen the picture of the Russian cursive? Oh, where it looks like it's like this. It's like, hang on, I can't do something with the stabilization because it's like that, and you can't read shit. Yeah. I have I know a couple of like older people. Yeah. I know a couple of older people. So if I write something in cursive. This is right. Rightal. There's an L in there for some reason. Ignore this L, it doesn't exist. Cursive, to be honest, I don't really remember a lot of it. Sucks. It sucks. You know, they no longer teach cursive. It's no longer taught in schools. When I was going through school, they were phasing it out. Like, I'm not talking like when I was like in elementary, like when I was in college, they were phasing it out. They still do it there? Oh my god, then you guys are so much more progressive than us. Holy shit. For the US, I mean. Do. Aru, beep, aru. There is no need. Yeah, there's no need for it anymore. That's very true. It's really not needed. Aru, beep, aru. Especially with everything being so digital, it's not needed at all. You don't need to learn cursive. If you're writing things by hand, it's 90% of the time personal note. Yeah, generally. You know what? Let's soften this just a little bit. Beep, aru. Beep, aru. I need this. Sorry, my brain is a little broken right now because what I'm doing is normally when I do my highlights and lowlights, I actually have it set up so it's set to my highlights are actually what I'm erasing, so usually it's the opposite of what I'm doing, the way I'm doing it right now. Yeah, the part you hate the most about having to do paperwork for your job because these morons refuse to digitize things. Oh man, isn't that the truth with a lot of stuff these days, unfortunately? Oh shit, that was not what I wanted, but that's fine. It's not cheaper. Actually, in order to switch from an older system to a newer digitized system, it costs actually a ton of money. Because not only do you have to pay for the licensing for the program, you also have to pay for the equipment, the upkeep, the install, the initial training, the changes to your formatting system. You completely have to retrain everybody from the ground up. You open up new positions, you have to account for a possible loss of labor while everything's gone through. Mom, they already have it. Even if they already have it, I guarantee you the reason it's not all the way through the whole system is there's some kind of monetary issue. That's the reason they don't do it. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Into my father's hair, as he said, unaware. The bad man, even though I do bad things. Not quite what it seems. Oh, hell. When they get it going, it'll be cheaper, but getting there is definitely the problem for a lot of businesses. They're like, that's not cost effective right now. And like, no, look at the long term rather than the current short term, and it's way more effective, but you know, it's cool. Profits, baby, profits. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The recording quality of this song is absolutely ass cheeks. That's a mouse. Money isn't a big of an issue here, is it? I mean, it can be for small business owners, it can really be. To laugh in their faces. I am not a bad man, even though I do bad things. Yeah, the audio here is really horrible. Trust me, you can tell. Now you're convincing yourself that you can't. Now you're lying. Okay. Now he's naked. Not that much happened. There was that one time. Okay, what layer? It's on this layer. Do you know how I know that you know sounds and stuff? Because you could tell when my mic was fuzzy and blurry and it had extra sounds and stuff in it. Because you pointed it out on stream. If something is an Xbox Connect bad, you really can't tell. Yes, you can. Don't lie to me, mister. Bad man, even though I do bad things. Why is this... Why is it showing his whole legs in this layer? That's why it fucked up. And then I think I want the belts. I don't want the belts above it. We'll do it below it. I have to call my own. Okay. And then I'm gonna go through and do darkening of the belts. And I'm just gonna do this the easy way. Such very bad things. Back. Do. Okay, for this part you can tell it's kind of shit. do. Okay, we're just gonna really rough out this. I'm gonna drop it below the other layer and it'll be fine. They're never gonna know. How would they? They're never gonna know. They're gonna know. How would they know? They're gonna know. No one's gonna know. They're gonna know. You react to audio quality like poison. It needs to be beyond a certain threshold to do anything about it. We'll see. We'll see. We'll get you all set. We'll get you all set. Actually, you know what I want to do? Let's do a divide. Ooh, don't like that. So let's change it up. There we go. Okay. You're telling everyone you can't hide? You'll be fine. What is that cat boot? They changed it. You didn't know? They just changed it today. Twitch announced that they had changed it. Isn't it weird? It's weird, right? It's weird, right? Yeah, try it. Holding on. Yeah. Who is it? I don't know. It's a COD promo? Ew. Interesting that's... I have no idea who it is. But, like, interesting that that's a thing. God, gross. It is a little gross. Let's make his nails a dark green. Doom. You know what's really funny is one of the people that I follow that do a lot of big tech updates had posted about it. He's like, I don't know who this guy is, but they changed it. And I was like, oh, gross. I don't know who he is either. It's weird. Can't remember. Celia, did you ever play Water Park Simulator? I have not. You're brain farting? I don't think I have. I have not played Water Park Simulator. Okay, and then there's something that I was going to... Oh, yeah, I was going to add the scales to his face with this one. Hang on, I'm skipping this song. What is this song? I'm skipping some songs. Okay, that should be fine. All right, let me go back and look. Oh, yeah. Here, this. You look really smug for someone in TTS distance. So when I first started streaming, I made a mock-up of this like shirt for merchandise, and I didn't do anything with it. So I was thinking maybe I'll revive it for later. Oh, don't look at some of these are spoilers. Oh, this one I can remove because I just finished Levi's. All right, let's take a look here. Okay, so he definitely has scales. Okay. Mm-hmm. I should also probably darken the inside of his mouth just a little bit. Surprisingly, there's a lot of games that I have, but I have not actually played on stream. I don't remember if I have Water Park Simulator or not. Most likely I do not. I do have quite a few different simulation games. Hang on, I'm trying to rush it. I don't want to rush it. Because when you rush it, that's when things look not so great. So I think it might be easier if I start off around something recognizable, like his eye. Oh no, my headset is trying to die. Thank you, Dr. Knowles. I remember why I don't do a ton of lizards. The scales. scales. All the scales. The scales you can see. I'm glad that mostly their scales are just really around their head. I'm sure there's gonna be some iguano furry out there that's gonna be like, this is all wrong, and I'll be like, I'm sorry. I know it's wrong. You can tell. I started getting lazy with it. Oh, here it is. A great song. Why did it skip? I love that song. Is that really all that was there? Sorry, I'm telling it to go back. It skipped it. It skipped it. It's like it doesn't see it. Fuck! I actually wanted to listen to that song. That sucks ass. Although a iguana furry, would they technically be scaly? I'm not sure. To be honest, I don't know. They change their labeling every so often, and sometimes it depends on like the furry you talk to, like how the labeling is set as well. But speaking, sorry, coloring makes my brain shut down. But speaking of furries, there's a couple of furry artists I follow on, sorry, that, not like, like that. No, like I was literally just clearing my throat. Not for funsies, just for seriousness. But there's a couple of furry artists that I actually follow, and I always love it when they get into a fandom that is like not like furry based, because then you get to see some of like their differing art, and it's always really nicely stylized when they finally like branch out from the furry stuff, and then you're like, you know, it's good, but I feel like there's something missing, and then they go back to like doing like furry stuff, and you're like, that's it. You're much better at something that you're really excited about, and you can really tell something that, one, they're really excited about, and something, two, that they're really comfortable with. That really, really shows on a lot of artists' work. But more so on furry work. It's not a bad thing to have stuff that you're more comfortable and specialized in. At least not for artists. Do, 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 do. There's one furry that I follow, and they mostly do like a lot of cats and stuff. And then every so often they'll really flex and they'll pull out I think it's like a robot, but it's not like one of the digigrades or whatever they're called. I don't remember. It's just like literally just a robot. And I'm like, oh yeah, nice. And then they'll go back to the cat and you'll be like, oh. I mean, I still like the cat stuff that they do, but, you know, it's nice. It's nice to see different things. At the same time, it's nice to come back and be like, this is familiar territory. I have to hide the hair. It's bothering me. I can't see. There we go. But leading from that conversation that I was self-leading, about, you know, artists staying in their comfort zones and everything else like that, there's kind of a hard mix for, at least for my style personally. My styles is, I feel that it's almost a mix between anime and like American comics. More so in like how I do stuff, because there's just enough like realism that it really throws off a lot of my anime stuff. And I kind of want to get a little bit better at doing like real anime stuff. But at the same time, I kind of want to do stuff that's like a little bit more realistic. So you got to like war with your inner instincts. And sometimes when you're working on a piece, you're like, should I listen to that little voice that's like, make it anime? Or the other voice that's like, make it real. And I'm like, that's really hard to choose. I think I'm gonna try and do a little more experimenting this upcoming year type dealio. I want to do a fuck ton more like live 2D stuff. That's a little too close together. Yeah. Like, I can mimic really well, but I feel like it's not my style, even when I'm, like, mimicking. You know? I'm great at mimicking. All those years of art school paid off. At least for that. Although, I also, at the same time, I want to do, like, more robots, I want to do more cyborgs, and I want to do a lot more stuff, so we'll see. You know, I like to make big plans for, like, the start of next year, and sometimes life just hits you, and you're like, nah, that's happening this year. I don't want to say next year's my year, but next year I want to try. I want to try and claim it. Let's get rid of this. Let's bring this one up a little more. And iguanas, they have distinctive scaling. Some of it is really distinctive, but it's like, it's not really, it's squarish? I'm gonna have to redo some of this. Hold, please. But at the same time, I feel like I still don't have enough time these days to be able to do, like, commissions or anything. Like, I might take on some projects every so often, but I don't think I'll open up my shop yet. Maybe later. Oh my god, coloring really turns my brain off. There's a reason I don't ever do a ton of coloring, like, on stream. It really, my brain it just can't function and color at the same time. It's like it does a little shutdown. It's like, and I'm like, yes. Line, no line, only color, scribble, spots. So many spots. Okay. We're almost there. I have to make it back into here for his head scales. I can do that. I can do that. I can do that. Whew. I think I'm holding my pin too tight. Hold on. Big stitch. How long would we going? 2 hours? That's not bad. That's not bad. Speaking of Live 2D, I have to do that thing, send that thing to Earfing, and I have to send the updates to Funculus as well. Hang on. Let me send myself a actually, let me write a sticky note. Bet a sticky note. Okay. Where's my pin? Here it is. Okay. Okay, send updates to Fungulus and Earfang. There we go. Alright, 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 alright. I can do it, I can do it, I can remember. Mm-hmm. I can remember. Okay. Okay. It's a long period of silence. Okay. I feel bad though. There's gonna be somebody who's gonna be like, that scale pattern is horrific. And I'll be like, I'm sorry. I was tired. The chin looks nice. I love the way the bottom jaw came out. You can't see it because I don't have it on screen. I love the way the bottom jaw. Oh, wait, you know what? I have my arm minimized. There we go. There we go. There we go. That's what we wanted. There's a long period of silence in the song. Okay. Do. Why is it so silent? Is music playing? It may not be playing. Did my headset die? It's threatening to die on me right now. What I might do is I might do like a 5-minute break here once I finish these, and then we'll adjust some coloration. There is music? Okay, my headset has for sure died. Yeah, okay, I'm in silence right now. That's funny. Alright, no biggie. No biggie. Somebody's gonna notice if I just leave. Oh, no, I can't. Gotta make them smaller as they get farther away. I can't tell what's playing. Hopefully it's a good song. I choose the chicken dance. Okay, pushing through it. I hate coloring. Coloring's my least favorite part. Okay. And what happens if I do this? I feel like I want it to be not blue, like a greeny blue. A little more green. Maybe yellowy? Ooh, no. No. Oh, that's not bad. That hurts to look at. I like it. You know what? I went all the way around the color fucking wheel, and I think we're going to go back to what we had at one of our options. Okay. Let's do his eyes, and his tongue, and his inner stuff. Underbelly, head scales, teeth. Okay, that's his teeth and eyes, so let's do his eyes. I don't think that's a color I want, per se. But it's a good trial piece. Alright, hang on, I'm gonna switch my headset. I can't stand the silence. Sound of silence. Alright, hang on, you guys might start talking. Don't. Okay, you didn't. We're good. And we're back. Cool. Orange. Red isn't bad. Red really stands out though. Pink. Feels very neon-esque. Oh, let's go for cutting gem. Oh no, you know what I want? I want lighter colored pupils. Yes. And do this. Reorder. Might survive. Woo, that's not it. Let's make his nail and his tongue match. So, dark green. It's more of like a pukey color. That's changing it. Is there? Oh, there was a layer. Oh, there was a layer covering it. You know what? Let's change his eye. Do this. No, let's make it the neon-y. And his pupil, I want to... It's a hard choice. Let's try a darker green. It's not bad. He looks pretty monotonous. What if I gave him black eyes? Oh, it's not bad. Loses the detail though. Gray? Oh, that's better. With use of their hands. Okay, now I want to add the graying section onto his body. Okay, this is the glow base. Gotta add it here. That's not good. Alright, it's fine. I'll just color it. Alright, I'm gonna do a darker color and then I'll go back through and erase to get to the right coloration. Okay, we're almost done, almost done. We're so close. We can do it. Good job, Chad. Yay! Pachi pachi. There's a, oh my god, each time I color on stream, I'm like, this is why I don't color on stream. This is why I don't color on stream. And then I fucking color on stream again later, and I'm like, why don't I color more on stream? And I was like, oh, because I don't talk during coloring streams, because I just shut my brain off. It's like all of my higher level functions have ceased to exist. I am but brush or line tool. I am but one with the Clip Studio. Oh, that is this one? This one. What all is on this layer? Only that. Be gone with you. This one? No. This one. This one. This layer. This layer. Send to each other's hearts. Okay, almost done, almost done, almost done. Okay. Okay, 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 okay. Looking nice. Nice. Uh-oh, I'm gonna have to drop this down a little bit. Nah, it should be fine. It should be fine. It'll be fine. Should be fine. Should be fine. Oh, this is from Nier. That's missing a piece. Ooh. Yeah, this is from the original Nier. What layer is that on? Is it this one? Nope. Underbelly, lighter, nope. This one? Nope. This one? Nope. 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 That one. That one. That's the layer. Nier! Yeah, I love Nier. This is from the original, the first one though. Oh, what is that? Get out of here. That reminds you of the article you read about Nier Automata, how a guy who wanted to play it on Linux made a software, made one of the pieces of software that now makes up the Proton for Linux. Yes! All because of one dude. How freaking cool is that? Isn't that awesome? I love shit like that. It's the best. It always is, like, super, super nice when you come across something like that and you're like, yeah, there was such a cool person who did that. That's fucking awesome. This, I'm gonna darken that, do that. And then I want, is this, it does, there is, okay, we're good. Let's heighten that up just a little bit, bam, bam, because this is, okay, this is the under layer, and this is just the hair. I actually really like how that looks just like that. Like that solid is nice, but I like how it's super see-through. That's really nice. Get rid of this. Bam. Okay. And I think I know what my problem is. Oh, I don't need to save this. I'm gonna exit that. Bam. Get rid of it. Don't save. So there's shading done on his boots, but there is no shading done on the upper half of his body, which looks a bit odd. So before I get to that, let me put his patches on. His jacket. And then I'll add shading. I gotta hide the hair again because I can't see. It's too loud. Hello! It's not a gator. It's actually an iguana. But I wanted to draw like a cybernetic type dealio guy, and somebody on the server was like, hey, you know what you should do? You should do, can you do like a lizard person? I was like, yeah, I can do a lizard person. And they're like, cool. And the only thing they had really requested, why is my chat like not wanting to scroll? Yeah. And he was like, the only thing that I request. I was like, what do you request? He's like, I want a trans support badge on the vest. And I was like, yeah, I can do that. And they're like, cool. And I was like, cool. And so we did it. Thank you for clocking in. So yeah, now we can put all kinds of patches on here. I'm sorry, my chat is not scrolling properly. Hell yeah indeed, hell yeah. So I made, since that was the only badge that was requested, I made a couple of other badges up. Like there's a snake here who's doing like a little heart with their tail. There's a little mushroom that's drinking on the beach in a bikini, like a bathing suit. And like most of these you're not gonna see because it's all gonna be on the stuff. You only just noticed the reference page? Oh yeah, this is my big old reference page. Speaking of, I have to do the spikes on the jacket still. I'll get to that. And it's really funny is every so often I'll be like, quick, I need something to draw. And then sometimes I just won't do it or something else will happen. And I'll be like, got distracted. But I try really hard to... How'd you do that and set it up over here really small? Oh, this is a sub view. So here I can pull it off. And you cannot see that. What if I do it like this? Can I stick it? I can stick it like over here. It's just it's a panel that you can move around on here. So I have a couple of things right here. So this is a navigator. So if I grab this, it'll move around on my main canvas. And then I have the sub view, which is basically like reference. I use it for like a reference. And so I can scroll through here and you'll see the different things I use for reference. This is the gun that we use for reference. And then, actually I can remove that. This is the ship. The ship. This is my stuff. You don't need to look at that. Spoilers. That's just a thing, a mock-up I had done of something else that I'm using for reference. And actually, to be honest, I can move anything around on my screen. Oh, subview is one of the docks that are set up in the system automatically. So in Clip Studio Pro, which is what I'm currently using, if you go up where you see the section that says View, there is a section that actually shows... no, it's not in View. It's in Window. I apologize. I was lying to you. In Window, so you have Tool. The tool is this section right through here. And this is actually... this is the sub tool and then tool property, but this is the whole tool layer. Then I have the color wheel, which is sitting behind me right here. I have layer, which is, this is my layer here. Hold on, let me move myself. I'll sit over here. So I have my layer. So if I do this, you can see my different navigation. So I have layer, which is on this tab here. And then on this tab, I have layer property. And then up here, I have my navigator. And then I have sub view. And then this is my materials stuff. So I can scroll through and it's like different stuff I've got that I've downloaded. Some stuff I don't use. Some stuff I'm like, oh yeah, I'll use it for like one project and then not really use it a ton. But yeah, I try and keep relatively all of my stuff kind of in view, but I really like having like this up here. It's really, really nice. It's really handy for like referencing. Now, if it's something, say I can't really see something very well, what I'll do is I'll do this where I will open up my reference in like another window up here. So let me move myself back over. Does subview look at selected layers? It can, but mostly the subview is just the overall whatever you upload into here. So say for example, I upload this picture of Minecraft meat. It's loading. Then I can upload it into here, and then I can open up a little file folder and see all the stuff that I have in my little subfolder right here. Sub view is just basically a secondary view. Now, what I can do, if I have a lot of trouble seeing, let me move myself over here. If you want to look at all the layers are right over here. Yeah, this is a Clip Studio file. Yeah. I work in Clip Studio Pro. So I have all of my layers right here. The layers that have, here, I'll show you. The layers that have this little white box, these are vector layers, so they're meant for line work. And then the ones meant without the little square are raster layers, and those are meant for color layers. So that will allow me to blend, erase much easier, and have a lot more different properties to them. If I'm having trouble, the great thing about Clip Studio is it's really customizable. So I can throw literally a second window on here. So these are technically two different canvases. So this is one canvas. So if I click on here, you'll notice this changes because these are all the layers for this particular one. But if I click on this one, it'll switch and it'll go and it'll show the layers for this piece. So say, for example, this is the same piece here that I have uploaded into my sub view. Here. So this is just everything that I've set up here, which is really handy. I like to have it in sub view because when you hover over sub view, it automatically sets it up to grab the colors for it. You see the color wheel down here moving. Oh, you meant like the sub view, like for the last project you did, you made a reference layer for it. Oh yeah. For the sub view, I like to make a reference layer for stuff. So say for example that because I'm working on this one, I'll flip between this for my reference, and then the sub view is just to like navigate. Oh, you can tell if I click on this one, then it shows this one. And you can make it any size you want. You can make the sub view really big if you really needed to. So it can be pretty big. See, look at that. So it can be as big as you need it to or as small as you need it to. For all of these. The only thing that sucks is you got to go back and readjust it. Yeah, it's just no, subview is not another type of canvas. Subview is basically a file folder system. So if I click on this, I can only pull colors off of this. Now I can set it up to zoom in, zoom out, and I can do this, which is just to zoom in. Let me move myself again. So this only allows me to zoom in and zoom out, which is really fitting for the song. I can do this where I can pop out and have it zoom right back to the main size to fit the navigator so I can see it. And if you have this highlighted, it'll stay. You can't see that. Let me do this. Right here, this little symbol. This will make it fit directly into this box as high and as low as it can. If I uncheck that, then it will just stay zoomed in to whatever I have selected. This means that I can select the view for it. Yeah, it's like used for looking at other files. It's purely for like reference. So mostly it's like for if you have like a color palette, you can upload the color palette in here and then literally grab the colors directly from here. Because you notice if I click on here, it's a little hard to see, but it's the eyedrop tool rather than if I am selecting, let me move all this over real fast. If I'm selecting on one of the canvases and it changes all of my layers, but I can use any of my tools on this rather than just the eyedrop tool, if that makes sense. Yeah, this is purely for reference. In fact, if you look right here, there's this little symbol here that looks like a little grid. This little grid symbol pulls up all the files you have in this sub box. You can also hit the little folder, which will allow you to upload stuff. You can open image on the canvas. So if I click this, it's going to pop this image on the canvas itself, but it opens up as another layer. So I can still go back to this one. So I can't do anything on this. If I click on this, it actually shows up with just this as a single layer, and then I can add stuff to it and then change it around and color on it. You know, the whole shebang like that. But it doesn't really do much. And changing it here does not change it in here. You have to re-upload the file, which kind of sucks, but you know, it works. It's a great reference thing. It really helps pull colors, like especially if you have a specific color palette that you like, that you're using across like several different projects or something like that, then it's really, really good for that. Okay, let me get rid of this. Yeah, don't save. Yeah, do you need to make another file, then put that into the subview? Yes. So what I do for my references here real fast, I can show you. First, let me set this up so we can look at it here. So I'm gonna leave him on the screen right here, and then we're gonna sit right down here, and I'll show you. Okay, we're gonna do right down here. Okay, I upload I export the picture that I want to take. So this is its own file. So this is its own canvas file where I have all the different layers and stuff open and on in here. And then I export this as basically a PNG, and then I can upload it into here. Yeah. And then in my sub view, I can leave it there. When you close the program, all of the stuff in your sub view stays up there, so you don't have to worry about losing it. So say you're working on a project for like a long time, like the ship here, then I can upload as many things as I want, and then I can reopen them back up, which is really nice. And so say, for example, you're working on multiple projects at once, yeah, you can set it up to actually bounce between a bunch of different things. So say, for example, hang on, I'm trying to grab this. Say, for example, that you're working on like a comic on this canvas here. And then you have like the character art right here that you're adjusting as you're going through and working on it, because maybe you don't have it settled, but you have a good color palette that you want to keep, and you can throw that up there. And it's just a way to stay organized. The good news is if you don't need the sub view, you can actually exit it. You don't have to keep it. But so I can just literally do this, and then I can just exit it. And then when I exit it, it no longer exists up here. So it's just my materials and my reference. And then if I need it again, I can go back to the window, pop out the sub view, and it keeps everything that I've loaded in there right in there, so I don't have to re-upload anything, even if you accidentally close it out. If you have multiple monitors set up, you don't actually have to have it in the docs. You can have it set someplace else on like another window, like on another window, or you can have it hovering like over here. If you pop out a sub view or any of your docs, you can have it sitting just free floating, and then just move it around as you need it. The only reason I have my stuff like docked like this is it looks nice. That's literally it. That's literally my only reason, is it looks nice. And my little brain, if I move a panel too much, I'll lose it. Which is really funny. I'll lose it, and I won't be able to come back to it. Because I'll be like, I'll move it off to the other screen. I'll be like, I don't know where it went. And then I'll be like, oh shit, I just have to basically force close it and then open it back up and then put it back where I want it. But yeah. It's really good. If you're working on something, you want designs and stuff to be consistent, like taking a look at, I don't need to actually save the changes to this. Taking a look at like the different settings and the different stuff you can use in your art program can be a huge boost, like a huge boost. Let me move myself back over. There we go. Let me readjust just a little bit. Thanks for the info. No problem. I have no problem. I can't guarantee it's going to be like a cohesive reply. I can't guarantee it's going to be super clear or precise without like sitting down and doing a script, but I don't mind showing people like tools in here, especially if some of the Clip Studio information is a little hard, not to understand, but to find, because a lot of stuff it's like listed underneath specific tools. Like one of the tools that I really like to use, I'll just throw a layer down on here, so I'd use the vector layer, is the free transform tool. And this is one that I absolutely love, which allows you to change a bunch of stuff. Thank you, Dr. Knowles. You're unafraid to ask follow-up questions if you don't understand. Okay, good. Because I'm like, I'm not the best teacher in the world, but there are certain things that I can be like, oh yeah, I mean, I can show it to you. I can show you what it looks like on screen. And generally what I have my setup in is pretty close to how it normally pops up on the basic Clip Studio. So I usually don't have a ton of extra things that you can't get a hold of, or you can't do anything else like that. But yeah, I don't have it super customized. Yeah, what's your favor? Let me hit save before I change a whole bunch on this. Thank you for saving. Nice. Let's see. This should be... Is this the vest? This is the vest patch layer, so I'm gonna go ahead and write that down real fast. What the hell is playing right now? Let me change that. That is... interesting. Can you get a vibe check on the last iteration of the design you sent me? Yeah, sure. I can't guarantee I'll show it on stream because I don't have Discord open on this PC currently. Thank you. I'll take a big old chipper ship while I go and take a look. Oh, didn't you? You had me take a look at it. It's the one you did on graph paper, right? So a vibe check in terms of like the coloration or the sort of emotion and everything that the design invokes. Because those can be a little bit different things depending on how you have it set in terms of like question wise. Option 2. Okay, the emotions it invokes. I would say that it has a little bit of a calm feel, maybe almost a little bit tired. Similar to like, what's the closest thing to it? As if you've just worked through something really hard and you're kind of like coming after it, like a little bit of a relief and a little bit of tiredness, if that makes sense. That's the vibe I get. Or what sort of character you think they'd have? Something pretty chill. Definitely nothing really super crazy or excitable. It's gonna go probably along the lines in terms of like what the character design would imply or my interpretation of it. Now granted, this may not be the correct way that it would be interpreted by everybody, since everybody can look at something and kind of interpret it differently. But in terms of like what I see, I definitely feel that it would be pretty chill. Definitely something a little bit tired. Something that leads you to think that maybe it's along the lines of sort of, they could be stern, most likely. They have a lot of very set opinions. The sharpness, a lot of the angles and the intensity of some of the designs in regards to like the line arts on the collar as well as on the upper torso and the horn sections indicate that they're going to be a little bit more rigid. That they're going to be very like by the book. Generally when you see a character that has a lot of really intense like line art that is very straight or very structured, that doesn't crisscross or go over itself, is very orderly, they're going to be a little bit more of an ordered character versus if you see something that has like hashtags or cross-hatching that kind of crosses over each other, something that gives a little bit more of a messy look. Like something like this would lead you to believe a character is a little bit more messy. So here, hang on, let me hit save so I can show you kind of what I mean. Let me open another canvas. So say for example, yeah, we're just gonna use our, I could use Bob. Let me import Bob. Bob, we require a character for an example. Where are you? Bob, 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 Bob. Bob is what I usually tend to use if somebody is actually requiring an example for something. So let me go ahead and pull up Bob. Bob, Bob, Bob. All right, here is Bob. With the half-lidded eyes, I would say something more along the lines of probably sleepy and orderly. Yeah. So, say for example here, I'll show you here on Bob. This is Bob. This is my character design reference that I show everybody. I have a live 2D model. It's based off of them. So, if you are looking at a character, say for example that the character has, similar to yours, a high collar or something that's really fancy, and the collar itself has a line structure that is very orderly, like this, you're going to conclude that either this person is very proper, hang on, that is not an orderly line, that they're very proper, or they do things sort of by the book. That there's a lot of rules or rigid things in place to keep them in this particular form, like so. However, if you have another kind of design element or something that's a little more chaotic or that crisscrosses, so you have something that's a little more flowy, a little more organic like this, then you're going to come across the feeling that this character is maybe a little more nature-like or is a little more involved in nature, a little more chaotic, less orderly, most likely does not do things roughly by the book in terms of like character design itself. If that makes sense. That's the easiest way to explain it. If you see a character that has a lot of like really heavy geometry, like very strong shapes, it also implies either some form of structure that they follow or some form of really strong cultural structure that's going to bleed into how they act and other similar things like that. Versus if you have a character, okay, you mean the main shapes to try and keep, yeah, if you want like something that leads a little bit into like the moon, then I would probably recommend a couple of different things. Look into the different shapes and crescents of the moon itself, the different phases it goes into. You're going to want to stick with a lot of shapes that have very soft rounded shapes, and then keep with the circle as your base shape, and then instead of adding just crescents, keep in mind that the phases of the moon. So keep the circle base and then have sections that overlap it that take out a section of it. So say you have like a strap or a headpiece or something that comes in, and you're going to want it to take out sections of that circle piece, but still imply that the circle piece is sitting below it. Kind of like the phases of the moon. At least that's what I would do. Now, granted, others might come across it and be like, oh yeah, I definitely would not do that. But that's the way I would do it. And that would help imply a little bit of kind of a little bit more of a shape language for it. Look into different things in regards to like lore for different cultures for how they interact with the moon. Symbolism is going to be a pretty heavy thing if you're going to come up with something on your own. Especially with the lore that you had told us last time, where it's the moon is slowly gaining consciousness. So definitely pull in maybe folklore, tales, information that deal really heavily with the moon itself and really heavy in the moon symbology to reflect into that character design. And what I would probably recommend doing would be when you're roughing out a character, don't do lines at first. Just do solid color shapes so that you can get the basic shape language down and then determine what you really like for it and then add your line work into it. The bottom two, horns and antlers, you are going for half moons of sort. Yeah, I can kind of see that. It reads a little bit more with the heavy points on it. What you might need to do with the heavy points and the lines on it, it reads a little bit more like an insect. So because the horns come out and then they do this, because of the heavy line art on it, it reads a little bit more like a abdomen or a section of a stinger for an insect. Go ahead and pull it back just a little bit. Don't have the lines come all the way up to the very end. if you do have the lines be really close together and then kind of get a little bit thinner as you get a little closer and maybe spiral in, that should help you change it. But then the spiral might lead you into potentially issues with it looking like wood. A good rule of thumb for the moon is looking at the moon's texture would be to either keep it really plain or to go through and add some pocketed texture. But if you have pocketed texture, that can lead you to a little bit of the trefoil. Yeah. One plan was to make them solid black. Oh, solid black would be good. Solid black would be a very handy setup for those horns. You know what you could do? This is just me throwing out ideas. So you have, let me throw this. No, yeah, I'll throw that out. And I'll throw another layer in here, get rid of that one. So you have two sets of horns here. Now, this isn't any kind of critique. I'm just throwing possibilities out there for you. You are free to take or not take these as much as you'd like. I really like how you have the upper horns that are this really nice crescent shape. And they come down. Now, granted, this is on Bob, so it's gonna look really absolutely shit, while it looks so much nicer on your actual character. We're gonna pretend that Bob is right there. What you could do is you have these horns that are sitting down, come up, and actually have them sit up behind it, and then have them come into a sphere or section that looks like the full moon sitting behind it. That would be another good plan. They're meant to be connected or flow into each other. What, the horns? Oh, so they're like, oh, so they're connected like at the bottom? I gotcha. Because sometimes horns and antlers, especially on things like deer or moose or anything else like that, they'll actually interconnect with each other and kind of flow into each other. So it would not be unheard of if you had a horn set kind of overlap a little bit. Now, you don't have to do it like this. It is just an idea. So it gives the illusion of like an eclipse, or like, especially if you had the front section up here dark or white, and then this section black, like it's a section of the moon that's been taken out. And then you could do it like that. There's a bunch of different ways that you could do it. You could also take it, depending on how often you're planning on illustrating this, or if it's going to be like a VTuber model or something like that, you might have to keep in mind when you are doing the design for the character what it's going to be used for. So for example, if it's a VTuber model, if you want to either have a lot of people draw it, it has to be simple. Or if you want to be able to have an easier time commissioning artists to be able to do other artwork or promotional things for you, make it simple and make sure all of the information and all of the detail work is up at the top of the body. If it's for animation, you're going to want to definitely drop down the level of detail. You don't want the lines on the horns. It's going to be really a pain in the ass to have to animate. If you're doing it for a comic, again, you're going to want to drop the lines on the horns. You're going to want to make it as simple as possible. If you're only doing a few illustrations every so often, you can stick with this level of detail. No ads! Curse you, ads! Okay, what did you hear last? Because I can go over it. It's okay. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Oh no. What did you... Let me know when you're back and what you heard last, and then I can go back over it. Right, when you were doodling how they flow into each other. Okay, so you didn't hear a good deal of what I was talking about. I said you could do the overlapping of the horns and how it sits like that, so it mimics a little bit of the moon behind you know, the eclipse of the moon or the overlapping of the phases of the moon. But what you're going to really want to keep in mind, at least this is a big rule of thumb when you're doing character design, is to keep in mind what the character's for and how specifically it's going to be used. So if it's for like a character model, keep in mind what the character model is going to be used for. If you are doing a comic, you're going to want to lessen the amount of detail so you don't have as much detail to have to redo constantly. Specifically, you're going to want to get rid of any small, really intense line art unless you are willing to put in the time to really do that small, intense line art each and every single panel. If you're doing it for a VTuber, simplifying your design is always best. The more simple your design is, the more likely you're going to have to people who are going to do fan art, the more likely you're going to be able to have hire other artists to do promotional work and other stuff for you, as well as it's going to be much easier to make merch. As well as making sure that when you, say for example, for a VTuber, you want to make sure that all of your design information is kept and condensed in the upper section of the body. Anything below probably the bust or the waistline is going to be lost if you were doing a VTuber design. If you're doing it for like animation, yeah, keep them solid back. If you're doing an animation, you're going to want the design as simple as possible because you're going to have to draw not just one or like 1 to 20 pictures each page. You're going to have to draw hundreds, maybe thousands, depending on how much of an animation motion or how much you're doing for your in-betweens. So animation, in terms of like complexity, you're going to want to do with the most simple for animation is going to be like a level 1 where you want to keep it as low as possible. VTuber or potentially for just basic illustration is going to be like a 10, where this is the amount of detailing you have on this scale. VTubers are probably going to be maybe about a 8, maybe a 5, depending on the complexity of the design and how clear the design work itself is. But if you're doing anything where you have to do them a ton, keep in mind how often you're going to have to draw them. Keep in mind how often you're going to have to actually redo each of your little bitty details. So something that seems like it would be really simple, like say for example, a star on the forehead, could be really complex if you're having to do it so that they're turning and then you have to draw the star constantly as they're turning, as well as the, you know, the flow of everything. So you have to keep in mind even the smallest details can seem pretty complex if you're animating. If you're doing something in terms of like illustration, make that shit as complex as you want. Go crazy with it, especially maybe, for example, you're doing like a really nice page spread. Here, I can show you a couple of different pieces that might help illustrate that just a little bit. So let me show you here real fast. Okay. Here is... Okay, I'm going to show you a illustration. So this is a really old one. The amount of detailing, the small fine details, the amount of texturing in the hair. This, because it was an illustration, I kept everything relatively simple. However, I still have a lot of detail work, and I do tend to do a lot of detail work. However, if you look at one of the designs I have set up to specifically to animate, this is chat's actual form. See how it's much more simple? I have a lot of really clean lines, and even some of my detail bits are still kind of intense, but I have simplified a ton of it. There's no extra stuff here. When I need to go through and animate something with this, it's going to be much easier to do because the design is much more simplified. Now you can still do a lot of like nice hair texturing and coloration and like folds and stuff like that for the clothes in things that are not in an illustration, in like an animation, but it's going to be that much extra work that you're going to have to do, if that makes sense. Sorry, I didn't mean to go on a whole spiel. But yeah, so the line work is really good, but if you're going to have to draw the character a fuck ton, you want the more simple, the better. because not only will your hands save you, but your brain, as you become more familiar with different sections of the particular figure, you ask for the spiel. Okay, I just want to make sure. So say for example, like a good example is my character itself. So because I've drawn my character a ton, you know, there's certain shapes that I can go through and I can be like, oh, okay, I can really limit stuff down, and still you can look at it and still understand, oh, okay, that's the same character, because all the basic shape language is there. You'll probably need 6 or 7 for your level in intent. That's totally fine. A good rule of thumb, and I'm gonna open up something else and I'll show it to you here real fast. Actually, I'm gonna leave Bob here just in case we have to come back to Bob. I'm gonna show you what I have done for the character outfit mock-ups. I'll open up the one where it has the full bit of them. Okay, so these are the character mock-ups that we've done on stream. And there's a couple different things that you'll notice with a lot of the designs. Specifically, because these are VTuber designs, I have a lot of the detail is mostly focused up in the top or upper half of the body. There's a couple where there's some little bits down at the bottom, but if you look at the majority of them, the majority of all the detail and the heavy work is, except for this one where it's on the legs, is in the upper body. Where even if you didn't look at the lower body, you'd be able to see all the detail and most of the focus is up here. The ones that would have the most amount of movement and stuff are simplified. So this one, because there would be a ton of movement in regards to the drips and the oozes, the color palette is simplified and there's not a lot of detailing. There's no straps, there's not a whole lot of stuff. So the more movement, the less details. Focusing on the bust is sorry, my hands, it's just the middle of the figure. I can focus up here, my bad. But in terms of like things that are going to be animated more, you want less detail on so that you have an easier time reduplicating it. That was a good move. I'm sorry. It just happened. This just happened. But yeah. So generally the more movement you have, or in regards to like animation specifically, the easier you want things to be. So the less line art, the less line movement, the less detail, the less intensity. This one has a little bit more, since this is based off of my main design. You wasn't goofing you did that. I did do that. That's very true. Let me see. There is... see if I have another design thing. Oh, I minimized that. Hold on, let me unminimize that so you have something to look at while I'm going around here real fast. Here is a character. Okay. Let me think. Let's see. Let me go through. Oh, I cannot show that on stream. Hold on, I'm trying to find something that's like I can show on stream. Hold on. Here, let me see. You know what? Let's go with this one. I'll go with this one. I'll pull this one up. So this is a piece I did recently. This piece, with the amount of detailing, I would technically be able to animate this. However, all of the shine, the highlights, and some of the little detailing, like the wheels and stuff like that, would not make it easy to animate. I could do it. I could definitely do it. However, I would not have as easy a time as I would with something that's a little bit more simple, that it has a much like cleaner design. That's why when you look at, you just hate a bunch of pics that say, I hate Twitch. That's why you can't show, yeah, that's basically why I can't show it on Twitch. Even this one's a little risky, but she's taped up so you can't see anything, so we're fine. But what the main thing of it is, if you look at a lot of anime or a lot of manga, you'll look at the manga itself, and the manga is like super detailed. You have a lot of like cross-hatching and detailing and extra line art, and there's like seams on the clothes and all the really interesting detail bits. But if you look at the anime, It's much more simple. A really good one that I can point out where they've really simplified a bunch of things down would be Berserk is a good one, where they didn't even attempt it in some of the versions. It's a like a 3D version. It's a 3D model, and even that is still really simplified. They don't have a lot of like the detailing work and the bits in it, because having to animate on the level that the manga itself is on would be astronomical and pretty much exhausting. You have to keep in mind exactly what you're designing the character itself for. Now, because this was an illustration, I could go fucking ham. I could put in like the little detailing and the little bits, and I could have the little texture on the lips and the bits on the hair and the little studs on the plastic and, you know, other stuff like that. But if I was doing this for a VTuber model, it would be a little bit different. I would actually have concentrated the majority of everything. Instead of having it sit under the bust, I would have all of the detail work sit on top of the bust. And have the main focal draw would be the face and what's up here. For design, you know, you want something to communicate something chill, maybe some whimsy, and add a tinge of lunacy. Oh, I get it. That's really funny. That's really good. I really like. Hang on, you get a. Yeah. What I would definitely recommend would be going with soft, kind of muted colors. You're going to want really soft textures. You don't want any sharp angles. So anything that's going to be sharp like this is going to lead you to think something really attentive or something really attention grabbing, versus if you have something that's a little more soft, a little more sleepy, and little, like, you're gonna want rounded corners. You're gonna want things that are soft itself. So you want something that's gonna be a little more friend-shaped. You're gonna want something maybe with a lot of textures, at least, and also that knight, cowboy, rancher, wizard. Yeah. So say, for example, you have a character that is, a good example of that is for like manga. So you have a character that's fast. So what do they do to show you a character's fast? They'll usually pin their hair back, or they'll have a lot of sharp, zagged lines. That's is this Sonic? Is this our boy Sonic? And that's to show you that they are normally going really fast. Versus if you have a character that's maybe a little slow, a little sad, a little sleepy, they'll have like their hair is obscuring their face. And, you know, everything will be kind of really soft. And they'll be a little more kind of easy, kind of relaxed feeling. The clothing design, I love how I use Bob as a good example. The clothing design is going to be something that's going to be a little more comfortable, where you look at it and you don't feel like, oh, that's going to be tight. It's going to be like the world is how you see it, so see it better. Exactly. They wonder the moon, encourage people to keep going and fight against entropy. And that's a really good thing. So you're going to want something that's strong but soft. So you're going to want mostly something that's going to really imply and give that feeling. Now, granted, people are going to take something that you make and they're going to interpret it however they want. However, a good rule of thumb is if you want something soft or quieter feeling, you're going to want rounded shapes. If you want something harder, faster, or better, stronger, harder, faster, then you're going to want sharp shapes, or you're going to want a really strong, sharp language for in terms of like your line art and the things that cross and intersect with that. Is the easiest way to explain it. And you can definitely do it as you see fit, but that's going to give you like a really good rule of thumb. And if you're ever not sure on like what you do for a character design, do a whole bunch of rough sketches, and, you know, have a basic character base like Bob, like just a basic doll version that you can mess around with and you can test designs on. So come up with like your basic body base of what you're going to use for your character, and then test out, you know, do I like this character with a mustache? No, I don't. So I don't need to doodle that anymore. Do I like this character with a really lovely beard? You're like, yes, I love that. So you keep the beard and then you test out if you like the character and everything else like that. I mean, you based off you since you're Artsona insert. And that's really good that you have, yeah, they can have your hair for sure. But sometimes you have to test around and play within the limits of like what it would be for your hair. Hi, Levi! Oh, Levi, I want to do a thing for you. Hold on. It's fine. I'll do it this way. Dun, 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 dun. VIP. There. Now you're a VIP on the channel. I was trying to do it earlier and it wouldn't let me do it earlier and I was like, fuck, no. So I had to do it on like directly in the thing. Okay. But yeah, no, right now we're talking about character design and breakdowns and stuff like that. Oh, Levi, I have a thing to send you. I have to do it after stream though. But yeah, now we're talking about character design. So you can like doodle and play around with it. You now have a shiny pink diamond, cue Pink Panther music. Dana, 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 dana. I think that's the Pink Panther thing. I don't know. I'm pretty bad about it. All I can hear is Naruto being very sad in my ears right now. But yeah, play around with it. So say for example, if you're basing it off of your IRL hairstyle, make sure that if you are working off of yourself, dress up a little bit. Make yourself feel really nice. Take a reference picture of yourself with your hair styled or your hair looking a certain way, and then use that as your basis for your design. So get a picture of yourself where it looks really, really good, and then use that as like whatever to be able to showcase your design a little bit better. You know what I mean? Go off of what is going to be best. Yeah, you plan on sitting down and roughing out and think. Yeah, and definitely don't be afraid to stylize yourself a little bit more. So my hair, my IRL hair, sits very strongly. I have a side part like really hard. Yeah, you started that way. Okay. So you're already on the right level. And I do have a piece of hair that does not stay on the side. So I took it and I was like, fine, if you're gonna fucking just stick out there, it just sticks out there. And then the other side of my hair does the same thing. So my hair is relatively close to what I have. It's not nearly as fluffy. Some stuff is really exaggerated. I especially exaggerated my little pull-out piece. But, play around with it and just mess around. Yeah, you look forward to what you send me later on. Just finished Sea of Thieves season with a friend. Nearly 8 long hours of sailing. And you had your fill of that, in all honesty. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Hopefully it was a good, it was a good ending and you feel like after you've had a really big meal, only it's like game-wise, you're like, I'm so satisfied. That would be honestly the best. What was I doing? I haven't, I should probably, I'm gonna exit this. I don't need this one. I don't need this one. Yeah, definitely don't be afraid to play around with it. And if you're going for like that really sleepy kind of orderly feel that gives you a little bit of hope, branch out. Try things that maybe mean things to you and then emphasize on it. The only change you made to try to emphasize the moon or crescent shapes is in the hair, but that's just your hairstyle and very close in color too. And that's totally cool. Like keep with that. And if you really like the way it looks, keep it. Don't change it. But you could play around to see like other design elements itself. So maybe not the hair itself, but you could play around with how the clothes are, the collar is, or if there's going to be any face paint or makeup or anything else like that, the whole shebang. Like don't be afraid to step out of something that maybe you personally wouldn't feel comfortable with, but that you feel would fit the character, even though it's an Artsona of you. But don't be afraid to be adventurous with yourself as well. Mostly the other stuff, yeah. Okay, just making sure. But yeah, you can keep some details and exaggerate others and, just have fun with it. But yeah, okay. Bye, Bob. Bye. I'm going to close out Bob. I'm going to banish you to the Shadowlands. But yeah, definitely play around with it. See how you like it. If you don't like it, then you're fine. You can always go back through and change stuff as well. For you, it's about idealization, since you want to encourage that in yourself and others. Thanks, Bob. Yeah, Bob is a good participant in the channel. I did a lecture. I call it a lecture. It was just like my little kind of self-done TED Talk thing where I talked about like hair flow and how you want it to sit off the scalp and stuff like that, and parting hair and the whole shebang. And Bob was the initial participant for that, and I've used Bob in stuff like since then, which is really funny. Okay, this is the best patch layer. Woo, thank you. Although big old stretch. And I'll take a big old sippy sip as well. Oh, look, it's right there. This is my one redeem that like pops up anywhere on screen. I have other redeems that I could potentially use for that, but it's like I could do other things. But like, it would still be you, but it also love horns, antlers, branches, antlers, IRL. Then do it. Add it. Add extra. Add like an engraving or design work on like a t-shirt that looks like branches or antlers, or, you know, hands that form into branches that reach out, or cradling the moon or whatever. You know, just add, just go crazy with it. What you can do is go overboard and then tone it down. So like go super overboard, super detailed, and then kind of give it the, what's a good word for it? Give it the ye old commercial sales test, where you go through and you strip it of a couple of layers of stuff, and you only keep the stuff you really like, and you do that a couple of different times until it's like really kind of not watered down, but it's like a clean, very efficient design. The good old college try. Yeah. And that's basically what I would very strongly recommend. Now, I will admit, in terms of character design, you can break all of these rules. You can break all of these rules. You don't have to keep up with these rules. You can do whatever you'd like. But these are the things that I would personally recommend. I would also personally recommend, let me open back up another thing, that you go by the specific color palette rules. So what I would recommend would be you have one main color. Now this doesn't have to include your hair color or skin color. Okay, so you can just get rid of those right away. So you have one main color, you have one secondary color, and then you have one color that is going to be like a pop. That it's going to be something that you're going to use to draw attention to everything. Okay, and what you're going to want to do is you're going to make sure that the majority of all your coloration is the first color. The secondary amount of color is going to be your secondary color, and then the very tiniest amount is going to be your third color. So say, for example, you have a dress, and ooh, that's the wrong color. You have a dress, and so you have this really nice long, just whatever dress. We're gonna do this. The main part of the dress is this. And then you have a sash that's going to be this color. Maybe it's a corset, so you have a little bit more coloration in there. And then over that dress or whatever that you have a little bit of detailing that is this third color. So say, for example, you have a flower. Now, I used the wrong type of layer, so the coloration is off. You have a flower, or you have a thin ribbon that comes into a bow in the back or whatever like that. So keeping it with just limited down to 3 colors is going to be your best bet to keep things really nice and clean and organized. Now, if you're going to draw something digitally, I would very strongly recommend doing what I do, where I draw one color on one layer. Here. We'll do this. One color on one layer for your outfit. You do another layer. You do the next color on the next layer. And then you do a third layer, and you do your last layer on that third layer. So if, for example, you're like, I like this design, but I do not like, say, the first color. So you can go back to the layer that is the first color, select it, change it to a different color, and then change it. So the design stays the same, but you can play around with colors a little bit easier if you separate all of your colors out. Now, once you really like the colors, you can collapse all your layers, and then when you go through and you start to change, or say you want to like erase something out of it, it'll erase all the colors and stuff like that. So it depends on how you have your stuff set up, how easy it's going to be to either test a palette, or if you don't have a palette in mind, just throw colors down and then change them later, if that makes sense. What I did for the character designs when I was going through, actually, the majority of all of the stuff I work on actually is I work on it the same way. Kind of like here with the lizard, where say for example, I'm like, you know, I really like this dark gray color, but I don't care for the dark black undercolor, so I could always change this to another color, and then anything in that layer would be that color. And then, you know, Control Z to go back or whatever. So it's all depend on how you set up your digital layers if you're doing it digitally. What you can do is sketch it out and then rough it out on paper and then photocopy. You know, if you have a really nice design like you have on paper, you can take a picture, photocopy, and then you can port it into any art program, go over the layers or extract the line art, and then be able to color it whatever you'd like. I'm skipping this because it's a lot of talking. Yeah. So that's always a good option as well. If you wanted to do it like that. If you're doing something, say you don't have access to like a good computer, what you can do for free, and you can get really nice, super big canvases on it for free on your phone. You can do, what's the program? Ebis Paint X. That one is really good. You can create a folder with different layers. You can clip the layers. This little red line means this layer is clipped to whatever is the lowest on this list, which is my skin layer. So if I hide my skin layer, all the colors disappear that are clipped to it. You can do that. Oh no, ads! I'll wait. Let me know when you're back. I'm sorry, guys. I get in lecture mode and then I'm like, let me tell you about this cool thing that you need to keep in mind. I did not hear that, Dix. Why didn't I not hear that, Dix? You know what? Let me redo that for you because I did not hear that. Did you hear it? Because I sure as hell did not. There. There we go. For some reason, I didn't hear the first dick, so I'll give you a refund for that one. I'll reject it, so you have your dicks back. But yeah. Let me know when you guys are back from ads, and then I'll continue on my little lecture thing. Bum bum bum. Man, the ads come at the worst freaking time. You know what? I want to make this patch pink. So I think because the overall character is rather stern looking. What happened? Finally, no more ads. Yeah! Congratulations, Levi. You're 57%. Congratulations. Yay! Oh my goodness. It's really hard. I try and upload all of my stuff to YouTube. This Monday I'm going to go through and make sure everything that I've currently done this past week and everything is transferred over to YouTube, so that way you can watch it if you have ad block or anything. But also, this is the least I can do of your hard work on my Stop Puppet. Nah, you don't have to. You don't have to. I offered. I had no problem doing that for you. It was just something I did. It was not, you don't have to pay me back for it. It's not something that requires you to pay me back for it at all. If I do something, I'm willingly doing it. Why is this? Oh, I have my blend on for that particular, I'm using a marker. I was like, why is this coloration bleeding? It's literally because I'm using a marker that has the blend mode to darken. So I want to switch that back to normal. Okay. But yeah. If you don't have access to like a good computer or anything else like that, I think the ads are done. I would definitely look into like Ibis Paint X on Android is really good. That's free. You can do a ton of different layers and everything else like that, and it's really nice. And, you know, play around, see what you can find. There's a lot of stuff out there that you can use, especially for free, which is really good. You appreciate it regardless, you shall utilize the new stock with both great pride and joy. I think you're gonna like it. I think you're gonna really like how it turned out. I finished it, and that's what I have to actually send to you. And it's gonna be bombing. It's bombing. It is bombing. In a good way. In a good way. All in one. Alrighty, appreciate the extensive info. You know, we were asking about vibes to get an idea of what it was communicating. Oh yeah, that's always a good idea. You loaded up Fugi Tech in anticipation of it already? I promise. It'll fit too. It should look really good in Fugi Tech. And then I'm only going to do a little bit more on this on stream, and then I think I'm going to end, and then because I got stuff I got to do right after. I got to go eat real quick, but I'll try and send that out as soon as I'm done, and then you should be good. Yeah. There's all kinds of different really fun things you can do to play around with design and everything else like that. If you really want to get into the really like nitpicky like little bits of it, you can always look up, there's really good tutorials on YouTube for terms of like character design and other work like that. You know, you've got to look into one of your favorite Dark Souls tropes that you've seen from playthroughs, the unhinged knight that does insane flips or goes on all fours. Yeah! Do it. If it inspires you and you like it, look into it. Explore it. Test it out. See what you like. And these are going to be covered by a little bit of a shading shadow, so these aren't going to be quite as crazy colored in the final product itself. So I want to make sure that the edges of these are all like the same color, indicating that maybe they've done the majority of these patches themselves, or they've gotten them from relatively the same vendor. So this one, I want to do a nice strong white edging. And again, I don't have to be super precise with the coloration because patches will bleed and change. So for a rough and tumble dude like this, he's definitely going to have some messy patches. You just like hearing what people say in their own words. You look into character design info at times, but it's interesting to hear more from more perspectives. Oh yeah, for sure. Especially if it's like live feedback like this, it's definitely going to help kind of make you think about stuff and help spur you on and kind of give you a good idea of some variations and some different things you can do, which is really nice. And then I want to do light gray here for this. Yeah, heavy lidded or droopy eyes are always going to give the impression of being a little bit sleepier. Sleepy, structured, by the book, calm and stern seems to be what this says to you in this interpretation. Correct. In this particular interpretation, that's what it says to me. The half-lidded eyes, the droopy eyes, always gives the impression that a character is a little bit more sleepy. or maybe not really locked into the conversation if it's like an expression that they put on. So even when you're doing like the facial structure for a character, you have to keep in mind that particular look, and how they could be interpreted based upon like their eye shape and stuff like that. Which is why when you come up with a good character design and you go through and you do, after you do a character design, do an expression sheet to figure out how the different features would look in different expressions. So that way you're not caught off guard if you need to do something with their expression later. You know what you need to highlight? The asymmetry. You were suggesting to make one eye uneven, half closed for the tinges of instability. See, you could do that, but sometimes leading, if you have a character, sorry, we're going back here. If you have a character, hang on, Bob, come back in, Bob. Welcome back, Bob. So say, for example, we're going to throw a really nice face on Bob here real fast, and I'll show you. So a half-lidded eye can be taken as instability, but it could also be taken as maybe something that you're not intended to. Thank you, Dr. Knowles. So we're gonna mark out Bob's eyes here. So a open eye, especially one that is like half-lidded like this, could lead you to the impression on one side, maybe this character's had a stroke, or another possible medical issue. What you can do instead of doing the overall eye like that would be to actually set it up to have the pupil size as being different, so that maybe one pupil is like blown super wide and the other pupil is like really small. That would lead it a little bit more, you could still have people interpreting it as a medical condition, but it'll be less associated with a medical condition for pupil size rather than it would be for the eye shape itself. So also another good rule of thumb for it. Oh damn, 2 years, 11 months, 10 days, and 1 hour. Woo, that's a long time. Another thing I would probably recommend would be setting it up so that you have your eyes you're gonna want them a little heavy. You can still have them open, but have them a little droopy so that the lower edges sit down a little farther than the rest of the eye, so that they're a little more bottom heavy. You know what I'm saying? You want it to feel like the lower edge of the eye is pulled down. That will help give you a little more sleepy look. But you do want to be conscious of the possibility that if you do a half-lidded eye, that there is a possibility of a lot of people associating it with potentially with a stroke. Now, instead of having a lid drooping down, what you could do is have an eyelid that sits up. Up is going to be a little less. That feels a little more crazy than it would be having something that sits down. Something that sits down indicates mostly an issue with like a stroke or something like that. If you have like where they have like an eye that's partially squinted or closed, or crescented up like that. So if they have an eye that's squinted like that, while the other eye is open, that would give a little more leading on to the instability. A little bit better than potentially a drooping eyelid would. Tired versus energized, correct. So this does look more tired, and this does look a little bit more energized. So it would lead almost a manic feel to stuff. That's why you got to really test it out and see what you like best. You can definitely still go with the droopy eyelid piece. However, it will potentially give a different impression to people. So you got to keep an eye on that and test it out. Maybe have like 4 or 5 different versions that you have like rough sketched out. You can even do like the same character, like what I do on that one character sheet where I'm testing out the different designs, where you have a bunch of different versions of the same character and they're in different outfits, or the hair is different, or some of the different facial features are different, and then test it out and then have people say, oh, well, this is, you know, whoever your test group is, have them write down notes about each one. Maybe you have them labeled, like you have one that's like, oh, this is like, you have like A and then B and then C, and then have them write down notes of like, oh, A feels like really, really old, really tired. It sounds like feel like really loud, a lot of weight they have to carry. B feels really bouncy, feels like it's gonna have a lot of tons of movement, it's gonna be more energetic, and then, you know, have them write down stuff like that and see what responses you feel best. Now, keep in mind that people are still gonna interpret things differently, but that'll give you a good basis of what, in general, most people are gonna think. For at least for people who know you, and people who maybe, if you're friends with them, would have this along the same kind of thought process, maybe in their same fandom, so they know the same types of things. Yeah. If you're doing like a test group or having feedback like that, now you also don't have to show it to anybody. You can do the same thing all by yourself, where you look at each design individually and you go objectively, oh, you know what, I'm gonna sit here, I'm gonna pretend this is somebody else's work, and I'm just gonna look at it, and I'm gonna be like, you know, it's really messy, it definitely feels like this would be really heavy, this makes me feel almost a little bit tired when looking at it, so this obviously has to be a pretty strong character, and then this one, obviously this is a really swanky, she's gonna feel a little bit more stern, she's gonna feel a little bit more edgy, you know, stuff like that. And kind of look at it from a third-person perspective, if you don't want to show anything to anybody until like a little bit later. So you can do an initial first run where you sketch up a ton of stuff and then you critique it yourself. And then after you've gone through and critiqued it, yeah, put it back down and then look back. Yeah, put it down and look back. Exactly. Do something, step away for a little bit, and then take a step back and critique it as if it was somebody else's work. And then that would give you a good idea of like your first initial run of testing out a design. Now, sometimes you can have a design, you can be like, wow, this fucking slaps. You know, I see no updates, nothing I need to change, nothing like that. However, if you notice while I was working on stuff, I would do something, I would go, no. Or I would be like, I don't like this. I don't like the way it flows into this. And then the reason that I'm doing these rough sketches like this is so that chat can vote on it. So I'm having another run of testers take a look at these designs and tell me which ones they like best, type dealio. So it's always good to have, the more feedback you can get, the better it's going to be, especially if you are looking for feedback from a specific group. So I'm looking for feedback specifically from viewers. So that's why all the voting for this, once it opens, is going to be for viewers. So viewers are going to be able to take a look at it and choose. And you know, they can give feedback and talk about it and the whole shebang. But yeah. That's basically the gist of it. Design work is a lot of throw a bunch of shit on the canvas and see what looks, see what sticks, see what looks great, see what looks bad. See how it looks. I'm gonna skip this song. Gotcha mode. Yeah, basically gotcha mode. See what sticks, see what you get, see what you really like, and keep in mind what the project is for, what you're going to be using it for, how often you're going to have to be reduplicating it, who else is going to have to potentially be reduplicating it, and potentially the feedback maybe from your intended audience or your intended who you intend to actually read through the story or the comic or the animation or the VTuber or listen to your lectures on YouTube or whatever you intend to do with the design. You know, keep the intended audience in mind, but make sure it's something that you yourself are happy with, and so keep details that you really like. So you can still break all of these rules, and anything that I've talked about, you can have way more than 3 colors. You can have, you know, something that looks, you know, one way and you interpret it a different way. Just understand that, you know, All rules are there as just guidelines. And if you really, really like something, then keep it. Don't stress about it. And the good news is about anything that you create is you can always go back and change it. You can always go back and mix it up. You can do the stuff. You can change it up. You can throw out the different colors. You can change your layers. You can add a different hairstyle. You can add a different clothes, and just nothing is ever set in stone. Even a stone statue, you can go back and change. So, no stress. Which is a super fun way to look at stuff. Like, if you like it, then you can expand on it later. And if you don't like it, then you can always change it. Again, thank you so much for the feedback. No problem, no problem. It may not be what you were looking for. Hopefully it helps out just a little bit. If it didn't, then sorry. At least it was a good discussion. At least it was a fun time, and we got to discuss and talk about some really cool things. I want the edge to this to be like this tealy color. There's another patch right here that I want to change just a little bit. And if it turns out like you use it for the design for a little bit and then you decide, oh, I want to just rechange it, then just change it. It's okay. Even if it's like a really well-known like art VTuber or something like that, who does like a lot of long-form video lectures on YouTube or something, you'll see them all the time. They'll change their design. They'll talk about, you know, why I've changed it. They may not even talk about it, and they'll just do another video where they have suddenly a different outfit or a different hairstyle or, you know, just whatever. So don't be afraid to do things. It's better to do it and then make it better later than it is to not do anything at all. Is the easiest way to explain it. Make it first and then make it better later. There's that meme that's going around in the art community where it's like, make it exist first and then make it better. Which is, I absolutely love. It's one of the ones that I really am a huge fan of. And I'm so happy that it's like a thing in the art community. They're like, make it exist first and then make it better. And I'm like, yes, love that shit. Because it really encourages people to get outside of their comfort zone, to try things out, to, you know, especially stuff. It helped out. It went to a lot more technical direction and focus than you expected, and you can learn from it. Wow, okay. I hope it did. You know, some of the things that I do are stuff that I'm like, I had to learn, and I was like, look, I want to share this knowledge that I've had to struggle to learn with other people so that they don't have to struggle with it, so that they start off on a higher level, so that because they're starting off on a higher level than I started from, that I can look one day back at their work or their stuff and see how much they've grown and see them continue on the process to help the next piece on. You're a details gamer? Yeah, I love details, man. I love little bitty details. I love stitches and switches and little bitty lines and textures and the whole little shebang. That's my favorite. So don't, you know, get out there, see the stuff, do the stuff, have all the cool stuff happen. Woo! But yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean, again, I feel bad that I went into this big old spiel at you. I always feel bad, like, when I go into a big spiel. I'm like, okay, they just asked for one thing, and I'm like, let me expand upon this thing that I really, really love. So you like the info? Okay, I'm glad. I love... That's one of my favorite things to do. Especially, like, designs. I love talking about designs with people. It's one of those things I'm like, oh my god, I love this. That's why when somebody's like, can I send you my design? I was like, yes, you can. I would love to take a look at it. It's always really fun. There's a couple of people that they'll come and they'll be like, oh my god, look, I got this new updated outfit for this one character. I'm like, oh, they look amazing. And it's just so nice. It's very nice. I enjoy it thoroughly. I want to do this coloration for this background of this patch here. Yeah. Some of these patches, I don't know what they mean. But that's what we're going with. Okay. And for the full section here, and then we're going to hit multiply. Gonna drop it down. And you know what's really funny is I don't really have to do too much with the pants because they're already pretty intense. You like to learn more stuff. In this case, your only redirecting was just to understand what you conveyed. The process tips will help you better communicate what you're looking for to communicate. Okay, good. I'm glad. Even if it doesn't help you, as long as you take something away from it, whether it be like, oh, definitely, I don't want to explain my thing like that, then that is good. That is good. Good. Yes, good. Okay, so I want to make sure that we can really tell that there's a lot of glow happening with these sections. I am erasing it. Yeah, I am erasing it. I love talking about character design and art. You'll say, don't worry about it. It was a flow state moment where you notice the time slip away as you listened. That means it was at least engaging. I hope it was engaging. I'm glad. You know, I like to talk about design and art and that whole shebang and like helping people grow and learn and make the coolest things or the coolest interpretations they could possibly do about their really already cool ideas, and just be like, you know, this is really super cool. You know what else you can do with this really super cool idea? Let me show you. The entire shebang. The whole shebang. The whole shebang. I thoroughly enjoy that. It makes me really want to go through and actually set it up to have a breakdown where I talk about character designs with, like, maybe have VTubers like submit their stuff and be like, let's talk about this design. But I don't want to do the thing where I'm like, this design sucks. I want to be like, okay, this is really good. This is what this really conveys. And I feel like this is a good interpretation of what I like about this particular design type dealio, you know? And I don't want to rag on people's designs. I want to showcase the really good stuff that people do. I want to showcase the stuff that people have done that really shows who they are and what their character is and stuff like that.
Shloomy blorp. Garnuki do vorp.
Garnuki do vorp. Oh no, your guys' avatar didn't move. Why didn't you register that? Why you no register that? You're connected properly. Oh, I may need to restart it because I was stopping and starting a lot of programs. Oops, that was my bad. Here, I will do the TTS for you so it does it properly. If it still doesn't do it properly, then it may actually be busted right now, and I may have to change it. Oh, it's restarting still. All right, we gotta wait for that. Scary stories, but in Gleep language. It was a meme you saw a bit ago. Oh, that's funny. And then I want a little bit of this, and this, and this. There's all kinds of really funny things you can find online. Hang on, there's something in my eye real fast. So that beginning phrase is burned into your mind. Oh, is it really? Ganukadu Vorp? Is that the worm librarian? He's like dancing in the library? The Gleep Glipper? You don't know? That's what it sounds like. All right, and then I'll do this. I'm gonna throw these into a whole folder. Throw it in, clip these to it, clip this. This is gonna be a glow. It's gonna be a really nice, bright yellow glow. And we're gonna do this, and then bit this. I don't want it more so like on it, I just want it in the area of where these are. And where the lighting would hit. So we're gonna glow, drop that down, like that. Is the irradiant iguana? He is irradiant. He's very irradiant. And then this one, oh, this is already on multiply. So let me drop this down here, boop, and then drop that here. Soften the edge. And improve where all of my highlights and lowlights go. Technically, I could add, and probably need to add a little bit more in. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yeah, and then I'm gonna do another layer here, clipped, and let's do this. Do 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 do. And this is gonna be overlay. And we're gonna lighten that up a little bit. Now he looks even more irradiated. And just because I want to make sure that he's thoroughly darkened over, I'm gonna do another layer, another larger, softer one. And then I'm going to do multiply. Exclusion? No. Divide. Ooh, no. No, no, no. Saturation. Brightness. Nope. Color burn. Closer. Yeah. And then one more. This one, though, we are going to definitely do divide. I think we're gonna do a divide. Whew. And then I gotta erase this from this section. Oh, no erase! I need my eraser tool. And then this one, because I want it to be blue, we're gonna go here and drop that down just a little bit. And yeah. You know what, actually, let me change this. Woof, no. Pink. Better. Ooh, purple is better. Lighter purple? No, I like the really intense. Blue's better. Okay, let me hit save. Dun, ta-da. And he's done, relatively. I mean, for a rough drawing that I threw together, and I was like, yeah, let's just do this. Pretty happy. Let's do a nice square. And I'll do the square here. And then we'll hide all this. I'll do this. And then I will drop in much lighter color here. Oh, it's on the wrong layer. Fuck! Why is this on my playlists? This song is gross. Oh, that's so bright. Oh, you can see all of my roughs. And then I would like to drop this down. Let me hit save. I'm skipping this. I hate this song. And because I want a nice strong outline around him, he wants revenge. He does want revenge. Drop in, and then I'm going to do a layer property. I want a nice strong layer around him. Oh, look, his little dudes also get a little layer. Do I want a black layer? A black layer does look nice. Let me try green. Wow. Blue. Purple, pink. Pink is nice. This teal is the best, though. This teal is the best. Yeah, he definitely wants revenge. He lives in a post-apocalyptic world. You know, there's a whole bunch of shit happening. I want to move these off of this, though. I don't want these guys to have their own little bits. So I have to find where they are in my line art. Pull them out of here. Head shape, bod base, boots, tail, vest, pants, scruff. Are they in here? They are in this line, this folder. Hand on hip laces, bod base. There they are. Okay. And I drop them out of that and then collapse this. And then I want to change this line art to white and move these guys over. And actually, you know what? Let me make them black. Let's make these guys black. Thanks for using your head wing to fan to cool us off to keep us cool. You were joking about the song "Want to Do Bad Things." Oh yeah. Oh, I gotcha. Sorry, I did not get it at first. My bad. Whoops. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and make these smaller. I don't want these extra designs. They feel kind of a little bit in the way, so I'm just gonna throw them like over here. Boop. I'm gonna hit save. And then this piece is done. And I'll do my signature and throw my little overlay piece on it. But yeah. Ta-da! We finished 2 pieces today. And we've been going for about 4 hours. It's about 11. For some reason, I'm a little talked out, which is good. It's good. I love this feeling after a good stream because it feels like I've done like a fuck ton of stuff and I'm like, yeah. It makes me go and like, usually I end up writing down like a bunch of scripts or something like that. And yeah. Let me thicken this back line. Okay. Now it's set. Boop. And I think that's all we're gonna end with today. So I'll probably like post this online, finish it, the whole shebang. Okay, you know the song's most likely lewd, but you wanted to invoke an AMV style meme of a revenge story. You've done good work, Ma. You deserve a good rest after this. Yeah. Speaking of, I am gonna go eat. All right, let me see who I can raid you guys over to. So let me complete all these. Complete. Let me see who we have that is live right now. Who's live? Who's live? Who's live? Who's live that I know? You should hurry and go eat too. Hungry? Yeah, go eat, go eat, go eat. All right, the people that I know. Oh, Sylvie's live. Froggy's live. Have you seen John Arbuckle with The Animal I Have Become? I have, actually. Animal I Become was very popular for quite a while there. What do you guys feel like? Do you guys feel like it's just chatting? Do you feel like an art stream? Or do you feel like a gaming stream? I can do any of those. Happy Sheepies. Sheep Management, that's a pretty chill game. I've seen quite a few meme ones for Animal I Have Become. It may not be the same one you're thinking of, though. It may not be the same one you're thinking of, but I've seen quite a few meme AMV type deals of Animal I Have Become. Where the winds meet. Wait, is this the it is. It's the Wuxi live service game that is super good. Oh my god, this looks so pretty. Hang on. Okay, I will let you guys choose. This is the last time you're gonna get to choose for stuff. Oh wait, I never took a look at the poll. Hang on, what did you guys say for the poll? View results. Did you guys want a sneak peek? It was nobody voted. So nobody gets to see anything. That's fine. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. So, do you guys want to go take a look at something that's going to be very graphically super cool? Sort of Souls-like in a fashion. Do you want to do art? If you guys don't choose, I will go ahead and choose and send you guys over to either someone I know or someone I don't know. We could do somebody I don't know. Hannah May is doing just chatting right now. Keon is doing sheep management. Oh, Moribound! They're doing Grand Theft Auto. That's pretty good. You've got to go sleep? Okay, so I'm gonna hand people over to somebody. We'll do Rez. We'll raid into Rez. You reckon I vote can go with my choice? Okay, we'll do Rez because I want actually. This is one game that I actually want to play. It's free to play, which is really fun. Have a nice one as well. Hopefully you guys have a nice evening. You get to eat and do all that fun stuff. I'm gonna send you guys over to Resington, to Rez the Hunter. And he's currently doing a Where Winds Meet, which is a wuxi. And it is a fabulous type of genre. If you guys don't know, it's very popular. Wait, what? Oh, I forgot the R in Rez. Okay, cancel. Who the heck is Essington? Okay, hang on. Wait. Oh, I almost rated it as somebody I didn't know who the they were. Oh, thank you for catching that. Because I would have rated and then I would have been like, who the fuck are you? Oh my god, that was almost really bad. Okay, let's try that again. There we go. That looks better. All right. If there we go. Much better. If I feel up to it, I'll do another stream tomorrow, and then I am gonna try and do at least a tiny short stream sort of every day until we get up to the lead for the raffle. So you guys, it gives you guys the most amount of chances to be able to go ahead and redeem it, to be able to unlock it, to be able to get it done, and you guys should be all set. I'll send you guys over there as a quick raid message, and you have a nice evening tonight. Bye bye. Oh, and enjoy